everybody brings their story. It really becomes something special.
That is the beautiful side of country music.
In the end, it's all country.
It's all country. All episodes now streaming on Hulu.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and Chairman Kurt is standing by to take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. It's the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. And Doug, you wanted a good one. I think Jackson Burkett has prepared a beautiful program for you.
What's he got? What do we have?
Jackson?
You got a sheet there, Doug, or what? No, I didn't read it.
It's a dossier.
I didn't do much on this dossier, but I'm happy.
Jim Montgomery did, though.
Boy, howdy. Yeah, new coach bump. We can feel it in this room.
Did you watch it?
Not one solitary second.
Oh, why not? Why at least fake it? Just be like a typical sports radio guy.
Ryan our asses.
No. Yeah, even my detractors would say I'm authentic.
There's the humming. There's the buzzing.
I hear whistles.
All you got to do is say, good to see Bolduc get involved. I was waiting for that kid. He's got a lot of talent. And there you go.
But what if someone asked a follow-up?
We're not going to ask you.
The follow-up is what I'm most scared of at night.
Finally showed some sandpaper in their game. See? You say things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, how about the shots on goal?
SOG is what I call it.
Yeah.
And they were putting the pucks on net. When you bury 5 of them, you know.
Did you watch Knicks Nuggets?
I watched a little of Jaws return.
Oh, yeah.
And then I played pickup last night.
Porzingis. Oh, wow.
I don't know if you know this, Martin, but Jackson gets sideways with the officials. He's known as the Dan Hurley of the JCC.
Boy, I got stuff on that later.
I don't see
On
that.
what? You getting sideways?
No.
You want to go after an official in a rec league?
No, Hurley. I got some
I mean, the
stuff on
Blues
Hurley.
win like they win last night, Doug. I hype up this program for you, and the next thing we know, we're talking about Jackson's rec league and Jaws return.
I don't get it. The Blues are right back in this thing.
And if we can just get
hot, we can win this baby.
the Chalice and the Parade Down Market.
Yeah.
Martin, schedule it with the assignment desk now. You need a lens person for mid-June.
Yeah, they already called in sick. I think they're out that day.
I'll tell you what. I would imagine the three of us did watch the program, Jaws return notwithstanding. That was a different operation last night. I was texting with a non-ling throughout. That's like I have a running chat going with Kevin Lorenz throughout the game. And I'm going, I was scouring the internets, and I'm like, I don't recall the Blues having this many shots on goal in any game, and they were already at 25, like midway through the second period. And sure enough, they had 40 in the second game against the Sharks when they came back on the road. But other than that, they had a couple of games with 31. They finished last night with 43 shots, 5 goals, and they beat a really good team. And it was a different brand of hockey. It was fun to watch.
They
Blue
beat them and made
collar.
them like it. They made the blue shirts, they made them like it. That's not an easy building to go in there and come away with 2 points, Martin.
Monty said it in the pregame, as heard through Chris Kerber's lucky phone.
That's right.
That it's a blue-collar team. It's a blue-collar town. And then they won the game last night in the postgame. He said that was a blue-collar win. So here we go, Doug. Get on board for the blue-collar Blues.
It's kind of a white-collar city. Would you say New York is a white-collar city?
Well, that town, yeah. But we came in as the blue-collar
guy,
yahoos and
Right.
stuck it to them, including Joel Hofer mixing up with Shishirkin at the end of that period there.
I don't know who's going to beat this Blues club the rest of the way. I just don't.
So you think that
don't.
this is going to be a replica of the Bruins from a couple years ago in the 65 wins?
Well, I was thinking Blues in 2019.
With a
where
Chalice.
they came from last place to win it all, yeah.
Here is what Jim Montgomery had to say.
He's on the show. Is this Curb's phone?
No, this is real life audio at Madison Square Garden following the Blues victory.
I loved our effort. Our execution offensively was really good. We have some areas to improve upon, but just the effort and how hard they played for each other, the block shots, the togetherness at the end of the second, how we stuck up for each other. That's Blues hockey. That's blue-collar hockey.
Boom.
Blue-collar hockey.
There it is.
Yeah.
I guess you can never go wrong with calling something blue collar on a positive connotation. Now, Jackson, you don't necessarily subscribe to that. Is usually you're in the noble class.
It's kind of a cheap pop, but you know what?
Oh, wow. Monty
I mean, come on. It's like it's like the Michaelis were little farmers trying to scrap at the paycheck baseball.
There's just some farmers out here.
It's kind of easy.
That
We're
went over really well.
Midwestern city, we roll our sleeves up. I get it, but hey, listen, I don't care. Jim Montgomery clearly new coach bump is real. Love to
The
see
new coach
it.
bump is real. I was paid handsomely for my wager, 2-1 on my money on the Blues getting, they were plus 200 last night in Madison Square Garden. The new coach bump, Doug, what do you call it, a dead cat?
Dead cat bounce. Yeah, that's what they got.
I went and looked it up last night. Do you guys remember Mike Yo's debut?
Doug, you always talk about Mike Yo's debut and where you were.
Oh, God. Yeah, I know exactly where I was.
They won the Mike
St.
Yo
Louis.
debut, and then they won 7 out of 8 with
Is
Mike.
that right?
Replacing Ken Hitchcock, which seemed questionable with Mike Yo. He was always the coach in waiting, which seemed kind of like an Army mistake at the time.
Yeah.
You got this guy with welding glasses sitting next to Hitch saying, yeah, he'll be in charge next year.
Yeah, I don't think Hitch was necessarily on board. I don't know if Yo was on board, but they won 7 of 8. All right, that's good data.
Ken Hitchcock won his debut when he came in to replace Davis Payne.
Davis
Then
Payne.
they won 4 out of 5. Drew Bannister won his first 2 last year. The Banny bump was real. Craig Berube lost his debut and then lost 5 out of 7.
Oh.
So I gotta say, I might be anti-bump based on this data.
Because if you lose 5 out of 7, you win the Chalice 6
Correct.
months later.
Correct.
All right. Well, makes sense to me. So we need to see the Blues lose tomorrow night in New Jersey.
I think that's what you got to root for.
Well, I'm not rooting for that.
Well, I'm just
I don't
saying.
think there's a club that's going to stand in our way. I saw Parayko was on the ice for more than 26 minutes. That's some blue-collar time. I don't know if that's sustainable. Maybe it is.
You prefer when 39-year-old Suter's out there logging 30-plus minutes. That's what you like.
Well, he got a lot. He was 24 minutes ice time.
That's one of the things that probably would need to be fixed if this thing is going to sustain. But a couple of things that stand out. Number one, early on, I mean, it wasn't like Binnington in Game 7 in Boston, but a couple power plays early for the Rangers and Joel Hofer, who did later want to scrap with Shesterkin, made some incredible saves to keep the Blues in it. And then, I mean, a guy that was talked about not nearly as much as Kyrou, although Kyrou got the goal on a one-timer, Zach Bolduc, and the game that he had. I mean, not only shots on goal, but 2 goals and nearly a hat trick right at the end of his shift. He gets the puck on a stick and goes in, and he's totally out of energy. Doug, would you call that heavy legs?
Yeah, I think he had heavy legs, yeah.
And wasn't able to get much on it. But my God, if he would have gotten the hat trick, I think they were looking around for him in the empty net trying to get him the hat trick. And then Sundqvist just gets it over to Buchnevich as he's not out there, and he gets to score against his former team. And the Blues beat a very good team in the New York Rangers, who now have lost 3 in a row themselves after being one of the hottest teams in the East. And they've been giving up a hell of a lot of shots on goal, as a matter of fact. 49 shots on goal they gave up to the Flames, and 40 shots on goal to the Oilers on Saturday in losses as they finished off a Western Canadian road trip, come back home to take on the Blues, and the Blues get their season-high shot total last night in a 5-2 win. I was listening to the Curbside podcast. You know, Martin, I'm a Curbside podcast lemming.
You walk in, and the Curbside podcast is blaring. I feel like you're on the phone with Chris Kerber walking in at 6:45.
I love it. I'm listening to the Curbside podcast every morning following a Blues game, and both he and Joey Vitale were talking about the energy from the morning skate, but particular Vitale said, I was taught by Joe Micheletti, who was one of his guys who kind of mentored him when he went into the Blues booth, to watch the benches during stoppages. And he said you could see guys talking to each other and energized throughout. Coaches, not just Montgomery, but Claude Julien, Steve Ott, the interaction on the bench. He goes, it was a different vibe, both in the morning skate, the Garden yesterday, and then throughout the course of the game. And you saw it carry over into a different type of performance and a hell of a win. I mean, that I think was the best performance of the year, and for it to happen in Jim Montgomery's first game, that's exciting. So I would imagine a lot of Blues fans went to bed excited and fired up this morning as well. Robert Thomas, by the way, will be with us at 9 o'clock. Looking forward to talking it over with him.
Friend of the show, Bob Thomas. They call him Bob Thomas.
Yeah.
Shen scores a goal. I think a lot of people have wondered, hey, is he the right guy to be the captain? I've heard those whispers.
Jackson was whispering that to you in the Alliance meeting.
Jackson doesn't know who he is. Do you?
Braden Shen. Yes,
Yeah.
I know who Braden Shen is.
The Blues
All right, you were
captain.
shooting baskets last night.
But he gets a goal, and you win a game where your, quote, backup plays. That's huge, too. And I think Joey Vitale told me last year, going into the season, they're going to have a quality backup, because in the NHL now, there's always the other guy that gives you some wins, and Joel Hofer did that because Binnington can't play every night. So I think you're encouraged. And let's just be honest, the 2024 sports calendar has been crap.
Oh,
no offense to Mizzou's 8-3 or Illinois' 8-3. That notwithstanding, Tim, it's been a crappy year. If this team, and I'm being serious, if they could give you a little bit of hope in a division where it's easy to be the 5th or 6th best team, it'd be nice to have a little bit of hope.
I would agree with that. And I think bigger picture-wise, and I suppose this is kind of where I was with the Cardinals going into the year, you want to see progression from your younger players. I think if you were looking at it realistically, that is what you want to see. So to see Kyrou have that goal right out of the gate, the Blues' first goal last night, but more importantly, I think Zach Bolduc have the kind of game he had. I think that can get you fired up, even if the team isn't necessarily suddenly charging at the Winnipeg Jets. You go, okay, you see progress from your younger players. So, hey, get a sweat out of the whole thing, and you beat a really good team last night. You can wrap up the road trip tomorrow with a win and come home for a one-game homestand before heading out on the road to Western Canada. Doug, you love the schedule makers.
Well, I don't think that's very good, but it seems to me that maybe this new-look Blues team will ask no quarter and give none.
Nice. How about that, Martin? Ask no quarter and give none.
It's a little long for a bumper sticker, but I kind of like it.
What about the tripod?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Oh,
They're
use the
carrying
tripod.
around their tripod because there's a new boss.
Right.
It's the TV equivalent of the Blues. I kind of like that. Is this a bigger Monty than Tim Montemeyer going to KTRS in 2007? Was
No,
it, Tim?
sir. No.
No, this is not
It's
bigger?
at that level, no.
That's a good question, isn't it?
It wasn't bad.
Last night following the game, Jim Montgomery addressed the boys in the room, and then the boys had a surprise for him and also a tribute to someone who we love, who was a part of this program a couple of weeks ago, and then also a little speech also from the guy who was the #1 star last night, Zach Bolduc. Take a listen to this, courtesy of the Blues Instagram account.
Hey, great job. I mean, man, was that fun to watch. And you know what I like best? Is the sacrifice for each other. Block shots. The end of the second period, we stuck together. They were 6, we were 6. They were 7, we were 8. That's the way you play for each other. And that was fun to watch. Great display offensively. Great work. Coming back. We have work to do. It's a great start, though. That's all it is, a start. But we got a lot of work to do. We're going to be a good hockey team.
Bonnie, lots of respect for you in this locker room. Congrats on your first one as a Blues coach, and we'll keep on chipping away. And one more thing, too. I'll give that to you, actually. There you go.
Thank you.
Congrats. And then one more thing, Monty.
Yeah.
We said it the other day, and you know him well. And we haven't handed him out till the first day. These are Kelly Chase's shoulders. So while he's in the battle of his life, we're going to battle for him. And tonight goes to the first one of 2 big tucks, 2 first of the year. Give him the Boldy.
Take your shirt off.
Great game, Kelly.
Great win. Great team win. And let's get ready for New Jersey. Good job.
There is, Doug. That was Braden Shen talking it over. And then, do you like that term, shouldies?
I don't really like it.
I thought you would like that.
No.
Take your shirt off.
Is that a TMA listener in the room? Was there a TMA
It was like
listener?
when it came to Yarman's post-game session.
He was so sheepish when he asked.
So they're handing his shoulder pads to the player of the game.
That's
now?
right.
And he's got to take his shirt off then in front of the TMA listener.
There was a request from one of our listeners who had probably Pondoff, actually. I think he was at the
Actually, I
Garden.
would
It
rule
might have
that
been him.
out.
Now that I think we've already identified the suspect.
I love the fact Chaser is part of the dialogue in the room.
Amen.
I love the fact the Blues have this video available. They're really good. I mean, unless it's Randy Arozarena, you don't see this from the Cardinals. So I love being able to get inside the room. Trevor Nickerson does a great job, and you get that access. I actually talked to Chaser yesterday. He's shaving his head today. Remember how
Today's the head shaving? Okay.
they were raising money. He said they got about $34,000 for cancer
wow.
research, and then somebody was the lucky winner of the drawing. They're going to shave his head today. And I said, hey, you played with Montgomery. He goes, I talked to him for an hour last night. And so he's on board. He's excited, raring to go about Montgomery. So it's nice to have a hockey team that may be able to be decent. What are the Cardinals? They're sitting this one out. Joe Buck workshop with us.
The marketing campaign
that they're
2025.
sitting this one out. This one, we're just looking for a little glimmer of hope.
Speaking of which, an intriguing article in The Athletic this morning from Katie Wu.
Woo, Katie Woo.
How about that, Martin?
Is it an homage to Ronnie Woo? Remember the Cubs fan, super fan?
No.
That was
This
in
is
Mighty Ducks.
Kenny Wu.
Yeah, woo, Kenny Woo.
Yep,
The Mighty Ducks.
is Doug's tribute, and he's on
Higher
that
level.
Katie Wu has a report, and this will be of interest to Cardinal fans. We will have that for you momentarily. Also on today's dossier, this Jackson Burkett loaded for bear. Bob Wallace. Martin, how would I introduce Bob Wallace to the audience? There's a lot of meat on the bone here. He's going to be in studio with us.
Lengthy resume, and I think the topic came up. We were talking about the dome and the money and things being spent downtown. Bob is the interim Explore St. Louis head, which was the Kitty Ratcliffe position running the dome. But more interesting for the background of NFL teams in St. Louis, he was with the Big Red in the front office, worked with Bill Bidwell when the team moved to Arizona. I think he refused or didn't want to move. That's why he stayed. Worked for the Philadelphia Eagles and Jeffrey Lurie. Then he worked for the Rams, John Shaw, Stan Kroenke, etc. So NFL storytelling, maybe, with Bob?
And I requested Jackson pull the audio of former county executive Gene McNary telling the story about how the Cardinals were going to stay here And then I had Vince Shamelin, the former mayor, played that audio for him, and he said that story is not true. So now we will present it to Bob Wallace, and Doug, we will find out once and for all. Could St. Louis have kept the football Cardinals? Mayor Shamel insisted that Bill Bidwell wanted nothing to do with it, and he was leaving no matter what. And the way he ensured that was by saying we would not sell AB products at the building. So we will find out what Bob Wallace has to say. He's going to be in studio coming up on today's program in the 8 o'clock hour. At 9 o'clock, Robert Thomas. Can't wait to hear from him. Friend of the show.
Getting there? I mean, I think we're early on.
We're making
kind of coffee.
We're making progress. And then at 9:30, a surprise guest. Doug and I have no idea. Chairman, are you let in on this, or as you're part of my alliance, you're not allowed in?
Yeah, they don't speak.
Jackson doesn't have as much. Jackson didn't even turn the guy's mic on.
Disrespectful.
Yeah, they don't speak to me. I'm out on this.
I just don't think I can trust you. I'm sorry.
Noted.
Noted.
The chairman has minutes over there.
Asked and answered.
But this surprise was rated 8.5 out of 10.
Oh, good.
So
what was Calvin?
That was a 4.
Oh,
No offense, but that was a 4.
Oh, I disagree.
Well, you have to look at the scale. You have to look at the other people.
Okay.
Right. So that's coming up at 9:30. John Kelly's going to be with us in the 10 o'clock hour. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today at 10:45. There is your dossier. It has been shared with the public. You're listening to TMA. Katie Woo's article on the Cardinals and the trade deadline, or not trade deadline, the trade approaching the winter meetings, something you are going to want to hear. We will have that for you momentarily. Jeff Lottman, a longtime sponsor of TMA, online at JEFFLOTTMANN.com. He's with Compass Realty. If you were looking to buy a home or sell a home, you need somebody who's connected, and Jeff has been doing it in the St. Louis area now for more than 2 decades with $500 billion in sales in the St. Louis area. And at Compass, it's all about luxury. But luxury isn't about a price point. So you don't have to sit there and go, well, my house isn't worth a couple $1 million. I can't. No. Luxury is about an experience. And that's what they preach at Jeff Lottman and Compass Realty. JEFFLOTTMANN. Yeah, you know it. Yeah, that's the website. JEFFLOTTMANN.com. It's Jeff Lottman, Compass Realty. All right, we'll take a commercial break. We'll have more on this article from Katie Woo and the Cardinals situation coming up here in a matter of moments. What is this, like a 60-second break? Yeah, something like that. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Welcome back to the Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Munganast, St. Louis Acura, Munganast, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota. 7 o'clock hour. Open up the program with the Blues' victory last night and Jim Montgomery's debut. Robert Thomas with us. at 9 o'clock. And Dougie, the first question you want to ask him is who yelled "take your shirt off" to Zach Bolduc when he was given the shouldies, you call him?
I've never used the term shouldies in my life.
Take your shirt off.
It was Caruso. I could see that.
Maybe just for video purposes. Yeah.
Just for his private files.
Sound like a young voice, I have to say.
Yeah. Somebody, a young player who's very confident.
Just got called up. Thought he'd make his mark.
This guy's really good in the room. What does he do? He always asks us to take our tops off.
Some of the hockey players, when you see them out of uniform and street clothes, they look like they're about 20 years old.
I couldn't agree with you more. I was playing in the Ascension Charity Classic Pro-Am, and Jay Delsing, friend of the program, and 101 ESPN, was playing in a group with 3 members of the Blues, and I thought, okay, I've just achieved the moment, and it took till 48 years old where I'm going, oh my God, these guys could be like my grandchildren. And that's who he was playing with.
Your kids, anyway. They could
Certainly
be
that,
yeah.
absolutely. Deep teased this. This is a hell of an article. For those of you who subscribe to The Athletic, I would go read it right now. Katie Wu with quote-unquote league sources reporting that the Cardinals are exploring potential trades for Nolan Arenado and have been for weeks. And included in the trade discussions is Nolan Arenado, also like Wilson Contreras, willing to move to first base. For a new team. He wants to go to a contender, and the plan to trade Arenado dates back to the end of the season, per Katie Wu in The Athletic. With a change in the organization's operations on the horizon, Mozeliak met with Arenado in late September and explained the team's strategy was shifting. According to multiple league sources, both Arenado and Mozeliak were open to the possibility of potential trade this winter. He did not demand a trade, but was agreeable to the idea when approached by Mozeliak. So the core issue here is the Cardinals are on the hook for a lot of money for Nolan Arenado, and there is a good chance that teams are not necessarily going to want to pay this. The Cardinals' efforts to move the 8-time All-Star will be complicated by his full no-trade clause and also by the amount of money remaining on his deal. He's owed $74 million over the next 3 seasons, $32 million coming up this year, $27 million in 26, and then $15 million in 27. And then there are built-in deferrals through 2041.
I read that. I'm going to be 43 years old. Nolan Arenado still getting paid.
Well, just stretch it out, Tim. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to give you extra money, and just you tell me how long you want me to pay you. That's what they did.
Good news is the Rockies are still paying for him in 2025. They're paying $5 million of the $20 million and $20+ million in 2025. The Cardinals likely would resist eating significant money in a trade, but potential suitors might resist giving up better talent if they could not acquire Arenado at a discounted rate. For the record, he turns 34 in April. So there it is from Katie Wu with The Athletic.
Will you be bothered by the fact if they make a deal just to move him and you don't get a lot in return? If they can get the money largely taken care of and you just don't get a lot in return, it sounds crazy for a big name like that, but I feel like they're just looking to move him.
He's a declining stock.
I would think that's exactly what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think you're right.
A lot of Red Sox buzz. There's a lot of Red Sox buzz out there. And I also think one of the key elements of the conversation is what takes place with the limited marketplace that is out there for third baseman. And Katie notes this, how Arenado's availability will impact the market's not yet clear outside of Alex Bregman. The third base options available via free agency are lacking. The first base class is headlined by Pete Alonso, Christian Walker, Anthony Rizzo, and then Paul Goldschmidt. So that is why the willingness to move to first base would only be a factor for teams who already have a third baseman locked up for the considerable future. That is written by
I
Katie
misunderstood that. So you said Arenado would be willing to move to first base. Okay. Interesting.
Yes.
I think the Cardinals are confident that they're going to be able to move him. They're confident they're not going to have to eat a ton. And I think it's a mutual decision. He doesn't want to be here. I think that's been a growing trend, maybe. I think he's a little disappointed in the franchise he joined, but I think by the end of last year, there might be mutual disappointment too. You know, that I don't want to go all Jeff Gordon, but my question would be, and I think it's a fair debate.
What does Jeff Gordon have to do with this?
He would always put in tip sheet, how will such and such remember the so-and-so era? And it would be a player called up for, how will the Cardinal fans remember the Lance Painter era? It would be somebody that was here
still
for...
texts into the show.
He does.
Does he?
He's a regular texter.
Oh, my gosh. I was trying to think of somebody random. Esteban Yan.
No, he knows into the show on the college football playoff.
Now, that one I think I've heard you reference.
Sweaty.
How would you categorize the Arenado era?
Disappointment, period.
Yeah, I'm saying, but it arrived with great fanfare.
Yep. Especially if you're talking about expectation versus result, yeah.
Yeah, no, I think it's
like a Florida State season.
I think he's disappointed, but I think they are too.
He was really good for 2 years. He drove in more than 100 runs and hit 30 or more home runs for the first 2 seasons. So that's kind of what you thought you were getting. Last year, not so much. He hit, he had 272. He only had 16 homers, 71 RBIs. That's fairly pedestrian for a guy who plays every day. You know, there's a lot of third basemen who can give you that offensively. I can't see why he would consider moving to first, even though he didn't win a Gold Glove. He's still among the best third basemen out there. I don't think anybody's going to want to move him off third. That is being
put out there in order to perhaps include other teams who may not be willing to do business with the Cardinals for Arenado. He wants to play. He wants to play for a winner. He maybe only has a few more seasons to have that opportunity, and he needs to make himself more marketable. I truly believe that was the deal with Contreras. He didn't want to sit on the bench. He's already got enough money for his next 2 generations to live. He wants to play. So, you can spin it into, look at Wilson Contreras. This is going to be great. He's going to be playing first base as we pay him to be a catcher that, he wound up catching 100 games. So that's what's going on here with Arenado, except he doesn't want to be here. And for a team that's a real contender, they need to open up multiple options, and that's where the third base and first base thing comes from.
It'd be more fascinating if it was Mozeliak's idea. Well, just put him at first. You don't want him at third. Like, we did it with Wilson. Come on. Like, just to up the value a little bit.
Sounds like that's what's happening. The Cardinals are suggesting that he'll play anywhere. You can please take him.
You want him to pitch? I'm sure he's willing.
Yeah, but overall, I feel pretty good about where the club is. Obviously,
sitting this one out. I think if Contreras and Gray, and I did that sit-down interview with Mozeliak, it was the first day of this show. I went down and met with him, and I said, where are you with veteran players as you do this reset? And he said, I'm confident the majority of them are on board, and it's slowly coming out that you've got Contreras and Gray saying, hey, we want to be here. Well, we don't want to move around again. And you don't hear that about Arenado, who was pretty vocal the last 2 years. We need to add on. He wanted Matt Carpenter. They wanted more veterans. And I think by the end of last year, he even said at the end of the year, we need more, we need more. And he did say, that includes me doing more. But I think the Cardinals, whether it's Ollie or Mo, are kind of like, yeah, we do need more. And you get paid $30 million, we need more from you. So I think the timing is perfect if you can find the right dance partner, because you're not going to pay a boatload of money for him to play for the Red Sox. But if they're willing to just take it on and roll the dice that he's still got something left, it's the perfect time to do it.
So we are of the opinion he is gone here within the next few weeks. Doug, you agree?
I would think so, yeah.
That'll wrap that up.
And I imagine they'll get a lower level, maybe a prospect, maybe a fair to Midland player. I can't think they'll get much.
Because that team will have to take on some dollars
the salary.
from declining assets.
The Cardinals want relief from the money more than another player, I would think.
I think that's correct. I don't think they're focused on the return. It's more about moving the money and moving a player that doesn't want to be here.
They'll probably put Gorman on third base.
They're talking Gorman and Donovan in the article.
Yeah. Hopefully they can get him turned around. I mean, he can hit you 16 home runs and drive in 71 probably. Yeah. He's not going to play the third base that Arenado played, but he's also not going to make $30 million.
Well, and they fixed the hitting. Remember that?
No, they didn't.
No,
Hold on a second. What are you talking about?
They sent him to the minors.
No, they got the new hitting coach. They fixed it.
Yeah.
It's an off-season fix.
I would suggest he not step in the bucket when he swings. That'd be my...
I like that. I kind of used to hear that at Afton Athletic Association. That's like stepping in the bucket. That's Doug's diagnosis. You might be down there as a hitting coach.
When he swings, he falls over towards the first base dugout. You got to keep that lead shoulder in.
Guys, the Arenado era will be considered underachieving because we didn't do anything in the playoffs. 2022 was our best shot, and we mishandled our pitching staff against the Phillies and blew it. That is from the 314. Yeah, I would agree that 2022 was the team. That was a good team. Granted, you had the moment that was the final 2.5 months of Albert Pujols' career. In addition to, and listen, I'm not going to sit here and try to sell it all, nor am I interested, because it would be just inaccurate information. But the 2022 trade deadline, the Cardinals made 2 really good moves, I thought, for an organization that really doesn't do much when it comes to the trade deadline, in acquiring both Quintana and Jordan Montgomery, who was certainly a different guy with the Cardinals than he was with the Diamondbacks last year. And they were positioned. They just got shut down by Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler. And I realize what this texter is talking about is Quintana getting pulled and Helsley, extended, and the debacle of game 1. The second game, there wasn't a whole lot really ever doing. And that was it, which is why I loathe the Major League Baseball postseason format, where you win a division and you lose 2 games, and that'll wrap it up after your successful 162-game run. But that was a good team. That was a good shot. And I remember, Martin, I don't know if you remember this. I'm sure you were there. Arenado, after the game, he hit a ball. He crushed it, and it came up at the warning track, and he was like dumbfounded and brought it up after the game. And then at the end of the year this year, he was asked about the Cardinals and what to do this offseason. He goes, it's going to be tough to get guys to come here because it's a tough place to hit. And I felt like he was still thinking about that long fly ball out in game 1 against the Phillies in 2022.
Yeah, I think just the frustration overall, whether it was the ballpark, the franchise, the direction, it just didn't seem, after the early honeymoon, that he was just all that excited to be here. I thought about him reading about Camden Yards. They moved their wall back and now they're moving it back in. They did an analysis. They said they overdid it, and they did a study. The wall in left field at Camden used to be like 3 feet tall. Yeah. You could basically jump in there if you were the left fielder. So now they've, what is it? There's a bunch of, Aaron Judge has names for the wall that you can't hit it out in Baltimore, and now they're going to bring them back in. Mm-hmm. So I wondered if the Cardinals would consider that, bring them in. They probably won't, but there's an off-season pitch. There it is. Bring the wall down.
I think in general the fans like to see the home runs and the scoring.
Yeah.
It may kind of taint baseball in the minds of some, but I think that's what people want. They love the steroids era, that's for sure. They like to see the long ball.
So you want to see them bring the walls in and start juicing?
Yeah. I think both would make it more interesting.
You can give your thoughts, 314-399-9646. That is the Air Comfort Service text line. You can also participate in the conversation in the YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMASTL. Chairman Kurt is standing by to take your phone calls. Looking forward to the conversation as Bob Wallace will be in studio in the 8 o'clock hour. And I realize for plenty of people, they're going, okay, Bob Wallace, who's... Just trust me on this one. Doug, can you trust me on this one?
Okay, I'll trust
Former
you.
Yale running back.
Yes.
How does he not work for the baseball Cardinals? Heimblum, Yale. Cerfolio, Yale. DeWitt, Yale.
Maybe we can get him on board to tear down the wall.
Yeah.
You
want to bring the walls in, guys? What do you think?
I think this is going to be intriguing with a lot of St. Louis, not only with the present situation with the Dome, but also St. Louis football history. That's coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Robert Thomas on the Blues. And the coaching change. He went out of his way with his opening comments yesterday before talking about Jim Montgomery, to praise Drew Bannister. And I thought that was an illustration of a guy, just like Jackson, wearing a C on his sweater. Heavy sweater, Doug. Heavy sweater.
Right.
Yeah. Got to put letters on the sweaters.
I gotta say,
nice sweater, Pale.
Thanks.
I'm a little warm now. I'm going to take my top off in honor of the young Blues player.
Martin's taking his top off.
Well, it's a sweatshirt.
Turn into YouTube.
It's a hooded sweatshirt.
Teddy Neiman just said, "What's up?" So he likes it.
Teddy Neiman.
I don't know. I just looked up.
Humble history. Remember the Teddy Neiman TMA era.
He's in the YouTube chat. Here's Martin's taking his top off, and he goes, "What's up?" Oh, and then there's Aaron and St. Chuck, and Doug. You always bring up that she has her nipples pierced.
I never say that.
She's in the YouTube chat, and then there's Jackson's awful audio, and he's immediately says, "Hey, Aaron, Doug, it just became a singles bar in there."
What is that picture on Jackson's awful audio?
I think it's Powder from the 1995 Best Picture Powder, about a guy who had a real tough time in the sun.
Is that about my alabaster skin?
Don't say alabaster.
I loved it. I thought that was the right word right there. We have Braden Shedd and Jake Neighbors talking about the energy that was brought yesterday by Jim Montgomery, and then Dennis Dodd. Doug, you're a big Dennis Dodd guy.
I am.
I think so. That sounded like you were.
Is that a question or an answer?
I'm not sure. I am.
Is he a Mizzou guy too?
I think so.
Is every national journalist 40? Pat 40? Yeah. Name a couple more.
John
Dennis
Anderson.
Dodd. John Anderson, thank you. But that he writes, college football playoffs, the rankings come out tonight. I think it's going to be anarchy this evening. I can't wait. College football's credibility is taking a hit as the college football playoff contenders are littered with mediocrity down the stretch. We'll have that in addition to Tony La Russa and John Gruden get together on Barstool.
Oh, nice.
Got that. Martin will be all over that.
Skipper knows everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's random. We'll have that. In addition, here in the Munganess St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. This TMA on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Universal Windows Direct. It's the holiday season, a time for family, friends, and staying cozy inside. But if your home is drafty, it's hard to stay comfortable. And with all the gift giving happening this time of year, why don't you give yourself the gift of lower energy bills with new windows from Universal Windows Direct? If you act right now, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free. There's no limit. Buy 4, get 4. Buy 20, get 20. Plus, Universal is offering 0% financing for 60 months. That's 5 years of interest-free payments. It's all with Universal Windows Direct. Do not wait. Make sure your home is ready for the winter and the holidays. Call Universal Windows Direct today at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit UWD.com. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows. It's Universal Windows Direct. Remember, for every 2 windows you buy, you get 2 free, and there is no limit at Universal Windows Direct. Make sure you give them a call at 314-334-2522 to schedule your free in-home estimate, or visit UWD.com. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win the first game of the Jim Montgomery era last night at Madison Square Garden 5-2 over the New York Rangers. Blues are off today. They'll be taking on the New Jersey Devils tomorrow night. Pregame right here on 101 ESPN at 5 p.m. Puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
It's TMA, 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett. Didn't watch the Blues last night. Didn't watch one single solitary
not
second.
a second of it.
No, I did not.
Despite the sandpaper.
I'm me, man.
How about tomorrow night's game?
You like that, Martin? I'm me, man.
You were balling.
Yeah, I was playing ball. I was getting some exercise.
Well, don't get hostile. You seem a little touchy about it.
Did you score at all? Did you
Yeah.
hit any shots?
Yeah, of course.
Mid-range?
Yeah, that's 15 feet. It's kind of my office, right?
But you
at the
weren't
high
happy
post.
with the officiating.
I did pick up, so no real officials. I did make someone shoot for the ball though once. It was clearly off him.
How long can you run now? How many times can you get up and down the floor and keep going?
I can play like as much as I can play forever, but like I'll get gassed, but I won't be like I need to sit down. Like I'll never take myself out if I don't have to.
Oh gosh,
Kurt's having a separate show.
I know he is.
It's
you can
Cardinal.
call in and have a separate show
It's
with
Cardinal
German
talk. I can hear it.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, he said, I hear you. He's got one more year than Heimblum takes over.
I kind of like
It's Cardinal talk.
I wonder if it's Janet. Is that Janet on the horn on the Callier and Thompson phone lines? 314-974-0101.
They just hang up. They tell me.
They want to call and talk to you, but they don't want to be on the air.
Is my mic on?
Yes.
I'm basically the therapy line for some of these people.
Yeah, really. It's like it's legit. Like you're a therapist for these folks.
Chairman Kurt's therapy line. How can I help you? Yeah, them Cardinals have got me so worked up. Okay, I hear you. Yep. And meanwhile, we're talking about Jackson's mid-range game over here on the actual show.
Aaron in St. Chuck, who has her nipples pierced, says, I didn't watch the Blues either. Celtics in the NFL. Here, Doug, you were watching the Har Bowl?
I wasn't. I was watching the Blues.
I was too. I was locked in. I had an investment on the Blues in addition to watching them. And as we were talking in the first segment, there was a little different program there last night. 43 shots on goal, 5 goals with the Buchnevich empty netter. Here is what the captain, Braden Shen, and Jake Neighbors had to say regarding Jim Montgomery's first game and what the difference was.
There's always life and energy when any team makes an in-season coaching change, and tonight it showed, and now it's in our job to keep on building with that. He brings a ton of energy to the rink. He likes to have fun. At the same time, he's detailed and he's serious and he's respected. So, it's our job to bring the energy with him, and tonight I think we did.
The change of scenery for the players, and you want to play hard for your new coach and get them a win, and so that is kind of just a natural feeling that comes with the change, and the group wanted to play hard for them, and but we got to continue to have that same feeling, continue to play hard for each other, and I think it'll lead to good things.
There it is. Braden Shen and Jake Neighbors with the Blues winning last night. And they head to New Jersey tomorrow. Back home on Saturday to take on the Flyers, and then the Western Canadian road trip. And as Martin noted, we have seen what Doug calls a dead cat bounce with new Blues head coaches, with the exception of the Stanley Cup winning Craig Berube, who lost 5 of his first 7 before the boys went to a bar in Philadelphia. Heard Laura Branigan sing Gloria and said, you know what? We might as well hoist the chalice in 5 months.
Right.
And then they did.
Berube's got a first-place team now in Toronto.
What's it going to be like when Jim Montgomery and Craig Berube meet, except this time it won't be with the Stars and the Blues. It'll be the Leafs and the Blues. As all of North America gathers around to see if Toronto's skid can end or if St. Louis can have another incredible turnaround mid-season with a new head coach.
Is that Vin Scully's adopted son?
Kind of an exaggerated Vin Scully.
Jim Bolins? Who is that?
It's a guy trying to be Vin Scully, but not quite pulling it off.
But he's doing weekends in Tulsa.
That's right.
He's trying hard.
Doug's work husband.
That's who it was.
I wouldn't mind a big drop, just for this sake. We're not really gonna have a lot of time for drop, but this is go nuts, Jackie. This is your chance.
Gabe.
Was that Eli?
Oh, I'm gaslighting you.
Was it a combined media chuckle?
Yeah, that was. It's a media chuckle, a guest, and the Plowhawk all in one spot. I deep teased this. Tony La Russa ran into John Gruden for Barstool. I mean, this is Mad Libs, Martin. What's going on? What's the background?
I regret that this is on the dossier because I regret not texting La Russa. I saw this the other night. I don't remember who sent this to me.
I think it might have been one of us.
Was it?
I think you sent it.
Was somebody? Yeah, but somebody sent it to me, and I sent it to you, and I don't remember where it started. And I was looking at it, and I think they're both wearing like placards, like media. Where are they?
I imagine it was like some kind of card signing.
And that's what it looked like because they both had pens. They were wearing like button-ups, and they both had pens like in their.
Okay, so the autograph show includes Tony La Russa and John Gruden. Isn't that it's got to be in the Bay Area, I would assume, because Gruden's got some Raider cachet, La Russa with the Ace. But I thought, how random in the middle of November. So I regret not asking him. I was going to say, where are you? Why? I get
very defensive.
A lot of one-word, two-word text back. Even when he was sick, I sent him a nice note, and he said, thanks. And I was like, oh, okay. Can't do it. Okay. Good talk. He did it when Kim's birthday this year. I had to go down to this Red Ribbon panel. We have a little luncheon before the Cardinal Hall of Fame, and it was Kim's birthday. And I said, she said, what are you running? It's my birthday. I said, it's a Cardinal thing. I got to show up. I didn't go to Yale. I got to do the best I can and show up at these things. And I had the skipper give a birthday shout out on my phone.
Did she like it?
Yeah. And he played ball. And I said, here's the shtick. I said, you're in all these Hall of Fames, and she's stuck with me. She should get an award for being married to me. I got it. He doesn't want to be coached when I overcoach him. I've had him do some bits for me before. He doesn't like that. I said, fine, I got it. I told you I got it. Okay.
Did he use any material to roast you? I would imagine he did.
Well, he kind of took my lead, and so then I sent it to my mom, and she said, why is he such a jerk? And I said, he was doing a bit that I set him up for. He's not being a jerk. He's trying to be funny, and it was funny. He basically said that, like, putting up with this loser is, you deserve a prize. I think he rather enjoyed saying it.
Yeah.
So he can play ball, but I don't know where they were, and then John Gruden interviews him.
Yeah.
Tell me about those best pitchers you had in the playoffs, man. And that's basically what it was. And I was intrigued because I thought, Tony doesn't like to pick.
No, but tied for first.
Everybody's tied for first. Did you see the list? Did you watch it?
I saw. Well, I mean, it was very long-winded. Actually, it was a thorough breakdown. I imagine we don't have the whole thing. We don't want the whole thing.
I have the whole thing, but
no.
Do you know who the three are?
I knew Dave Stewart, Chris Carpenter, and then I didn't stick around for the third.
Do we have initials?
Doug likes a guessing game.
Yeah.
But I was thinking...
This was Gruden asking him his three favorite pitchers,
like
right?
clutch
for the playoffs.
Clutch like
I'm surprised he answered it. He hates giving answers.
Yes. If we asked it, we would get it swatted in the upper deck.
Absolutely. Right. But Gruden asks and he gives an answer. So Dave Stewart.
You knew he'd go Stewart. You knew he'd go Carpenter.
Yes.
And John Gruden goes, love that guy. About Chris Carpenter. I'm like, what does John Gruden know about Chris Carpenter? But I started to debate. I watched and said, is he going to go Wainwright? Because he did close out a World Series and they were together for a long time. He did not.
Oh, wow.
But he did
Bob
say
Welch. D.E.
Dennis Eckersley.
Yeah.
Oh.
He said you gotta have a great closer.
call him the Ekman.
The Ekman. Yes. Yeah. So there it is. There's your three. You've always wondered. Now you know. Thanks to John Gruden as a reporter.
John Gruden on the scene at a card signing in the Bay Area. Munganast is the sponsor of the 7 o'clock hour, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. That's Jamie Burkhardt. That's Peter Munganast. And they make themselves as accessible as the day is long for our audience. Here is how you can reach them. They give out a number. Call it or text it. It doesn't matter. 314-252-0029. 314-252-0029. You can call or text Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. It's where I go to get my cars, where I recommend you go to get your cars as well. It's Munganast St. Louis Acura, Munganast Burkhardt Alton Toyota. And even if you didn't get your car from Munganast, get it serviced at Munganast. Doug, I was driving out here today, as a matter of fact, listening to the Curbside Podcast. Martin, I'm always listening to that Curbside Podcast. And I hear a little noise, and it says... maintenance A16 needed.
A16.
What is that code for? A16.
Jimmy's the best. That's usually what that means.
A1.
Yeah.
A1.
I don't know.
That's your A1 is not working like it should. It should be at least a
I'll get some
oil
change. I'm gonna go oil change.
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay, thank you, Jackson. So I will be. I'll be out there at
Scotch and oil later today.
That's what I'll be doing with Ryan Seiberg in the service department. Go online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Coming up on the program, Bob Wallace in studio, and I know people like I don't know who that is. Just trust me on this one. That's all I'm saying. Just trust me on this one. We're going to hear some stories. And maybe it's going to wind up infuriating people even more. You know what I mean? Because they're going to hear some stories firsthand of what went on in the St. Louis NFL adventures. And Robert Thomas is going to be with it. I can't wait to hear not only what happened with the Blues over the last 48 hours, but more importantly, who yelled at Zach Bolduc to take his shirt off.
It did sound like a little kid, didn't it?
It says sheepish. It was asked sheepishly.
Guesses?
Oh, do you know? Do we have the answer?
No, I don't know. I'm anxious to find out.
Well, I said it sounded like it came from an American accent, or at least a Canadian accent, so you can rule out some of the guys from Europe.
Because you really thought that might have been Butch David.
Well, he seems like, he's feisty whenever he gets the puck on his stick.
Bucci's known for being funny. Like, you ask John Kelly, they love talking to
Isn't
Bucci.
he the leader in the clubhouse for fantasy football?
He's
probably riding high. He's like, take your shirt
got
off.
a great win.
But that doesn't.
Yeah, he had Rashad Bateman. He knew he had a touchdown early, so he was excited, and he just wanted to celebrate by seeing Bolduc take his shirt off.
It seems like a North American accent.
Do you have it available? Because I like audio forensics. Was it an American dialect, Doug, would you say? That it might have been?
It sounded like there's not too many Americans on the team.
I
said
said
a handful.
North American, so maybe Canada.
A guy who might be underrated here might be like Otter, Steve Ott, just kind of being being silly, like having a little fun.
Take your shirt off. It sounded a very high-pitched voice.
Yeah.
It's a new guy.
What if it's just some kid that works for the Rangers? He just happened to be in the room collecting sticks. And they turn around and say, who are you?
Well, we need to give that kid a puck or something.
Yeah, the new Josh the Bat Boy of Madison Square Garden. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN.
The unbeatable meal deal has arrived for our friends that shop at Schnucks, and you will be wanting to shop at Schnucks right now because Thanksgiving is 2 days away. We've been counting it down. If you want to serve 10 people for Thanksgiving for less than $4 per person, you can do that with the unbeatable meal deal. First, you get the centerpiece of any Thanksgiving dinner, that is the turkey, only 58 cents per pound. Schnucks' lowest price on turkey in 14 years. We keep hearing about prices going up. The turkey prices are down right now at Schnucks. Also a side. What do you like? Stovetop stuffing, sweet potatoes. What do you like? Let's talk sides.
And I call it stuffing. I don't call it love dressing.
Stuffing.
No, it's stuffing.
Sweet potatoes, cranberry sauce, celery. How about a green bean casserole? All of the makings, all low prices. You roll it all together. You've got yourself an awesome Thanksgiving meal at a low price, less than $4 per person. It is the unbeatable meal deal that starts with that turkey limit of one Schnucks whole frozen turkey with a $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey. Stop by, load up for the holidays. Schnucks makes your holidays.
Doug, you're right. Jackson is all over the media. He screams the media in this town is soft and it's an embarrassment, bunch of frauds.
Yeah.
But he also monitors other media. He's kind of the media watchdog, Martin. And he's observing grifters and also when takes go sideways.
Yeah.
And what did we have going on here in Cleveland?
So
is this a grift or is this a take gone sideways? Is this a back down?
It's
Is
like
this banquet guy?
It's like two radio hosts, and one of the hosts takes a take too far, and the other one kind of has to cover up for his buddy. It's in regard to Will Howard's sideline antics during the Indiana game.
He was stepping on the cigarette.
Doing the Google Me thing.
Doing the Google Me thing, the Ohio State quarterback. And this is a grift? Take gone sideways?
Take gone too far.
Oh, no, what happened?
Well, it's not that serious, but it is, I think.
Let's listen, maybe. This is the worst explanation I've ever heard.
Oh, well, we just had you, narrate the time.
That was our time to attack.
I had the audio, and you were narrating it.
Tim didn't want to hear the audio.
Well, it was like 3 minutes.
It was like a minute and a half.
High pitch. How high pitch?
Let's listen to this Cleveland radio.
Take your shirt off, Zach.
Here we go.
Will Howard putting out the cigarette or whatever for Signetti, and I just, dude, beat Michigan first before you start.
He is so not a Buckeye.
Am I wrong?
It's amazing.
What is wrong with me? I did not like that. Dude, you're a hired gun. You've been here 5 months.
He's running around screaming, Google it, Google it.
What is that?
Dude, Will Howard, let me tell you something, okay? You are a mid-level Division I quarterback.
Wow.
With a bunch of really good players around you.
I disagree. I think he's improved. I think he makes good decisions. He's a big kid, 6'4", not easily taken down. Is he enough to win a championship? Yeah. Is he the reason? No. But is he a contributor? Yes. That's how I see Will Howard.
What you do is ask a lot of questions. Was that a good segment? Yes. Could it have been shorter? Yes. Could they have gone longer? Yes.
The backtrack was unbelievable when the guys there was a mid-level quarterback. Well, no.
Was that a producer who groaned
No, they keep playing clapping drops during it and ooh drops. I was I didn't know people did that.
He's had a pretty good year with
I was
Ohio
about to
State.
say. I mean,
26 touchdowns, 6 interceptions.
Yeah,
they're one
thrown
of
for almost 3,000 yards.
the 3 favorites to win the national championship. That team's in the state they're broadcasting, and they're down on the starting quarterback of the plus 250 or plus 300 to win the national championship quarterback.
Do you really get that upset over some college kid acting silly on the sideline of a game?
Well, he said he's not a Buckeye. Beat Michigan first. He's a game.
They'll kill Michigan this year.
Oh
They will
my
kill
God.
them.
It's at the shoe. So, that's going to be, that's a no-doubter.
Doug, what do you think the line is on that one? I'm going to say
probably out.
24.5.
I'll say 25.5.
I'd say 21.
Martin didn't price his right. It. Jackson is here with our number.
The number, Tim.
That's a delay tactic, Martin. I don't know if you could pick up that.
I see the number.
Could I give you the number? I could give you the number. Should I give you the number? Yeah, I should.
Number's 21.
Martin, you had it.
I just threw it out. I wasn't trying to do the Price is Right game.
Yeah,
I was just giving that was my honest guess.
Okay.
It's a rivalry game. They'll probably win by more than that. That's the other thing. Calling out Will Howard and win the big game first. I think they're going to beat Michigan. I'm not that worried about it.
And he hasn't played in the big game yet, has he?
No.
Wow.
He hasn't even had an opportunity to beat Michigan.
Yeah.
But of all the people to be down on, Will Howard, the Ohio State's riding high.
Well, is that a frequent insult in Ohio State, anywhere in Ohio, about a player? You just say beat Michigan first and then pop off. Couldn't you say that about everybody on the team?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, so it was just calling it you're not a real Buckeye. That's supposed to be some sort of put down. I didn't really get that.
Doug, you always like when I love picks.
Always,
A&M is down to 5.5. You better get that. That thing's going to keep going down because the Sharps are on the points taking A&M.
Well, do you like it or do you
love it?
Okay.
Money line me. I don't even want the 5.5. And Indiana minus 29 against Purdue. all day long.
I'm looking at that Texas A&M matchup. It says tickets as low as $529. That's
the average ticket's $2,000, right, Jack?
$2,000, the median price at Kyle
And
Field.
that thing holds 103,000 or something?
2,000 is the median price to get into that game. I mean, what we got? 15 years since the last time they played? 13 or 15 years since the last time Texas and A&M have played?
What do you do if you're one of the students who'd actually like to get in to see the
I'm
game?
sure that's
Sell
different
your
than
ticket
student
and head
price.
to the cocktail lounge.
I'm sure that's different than student price. Like at Mizzou, you can't sell your student ticket to just like you couldn't
can't?
buy a student ticket.
Why?
There can't be some guy on Tiger board sitting in the student
I
section?
don't think so. That was certainly was when I was there. You
How
couldn't
would
just
they
sell.
stop that?
But what if the guy had like 14,000 posts on Tiger board?
Then maybe, yeah. If you have platinum status on Tiger Board, do you show your student ID when you go in? Unless you still have your student ID.
I
Doug.
might.
I know I do.
I went to an Ohio State game in 2002. Who was the Maurice Claret. It was Penn State, Ohio State. And my buddy Ned lived in Columbus, and somebody at work, their kids were students. We all had student IDs. I was like 34. We just put our head down and like just kind of walk around. 100,000 people.
It's a good deal.
It's the way to do it. Just walk right on in.
Well, they do have students of all ages. You could always say, well, I'm just
Don't
out of the
discriminate.
military and I'm going back into college.
Oh, I could have complained.
On the GI Bill.
Ohio
that'd be
State,
stolen.
for the record, is plus 250 to win the national championship. Georgia plus 350. Oregon plus 375. And if you want some value plays, I love Texas A&M at plus 17.5. Not because I think they will win, but to get $17,500 on a $100 bet for a team that actually has a path and then could have a bye in the first round. Doug, I'm just telling you.
Do you think Will Howard's cigarette antics will cost them the championship?
I think they lose to Michigan, they lose to Oregon, and then they lose to Texas A&M. There you go.
I don't know.
Hey, Bob Wallace is here. Is that correct?
He's in the lobby.
He's in the building. All right. I'm looking forward to this upcoming 8 o'clock hour. And I cannot wait to play this audio from Gene McNary and Vince Schammel and somebody who was there to tell me what the truth was. This is probably going to open some old wounds for St. Louis area NFL fans as well. Looking forward to the stories. That's coming up here in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. The program is The Morning After. We close out the Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 7 o'clock hour. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. I am telling you, I think a lot of people are monitoring rates because they want to buy a home and they're thinking, well, they're going to drop, so I'll buy then. But that, Doug, that's not the right thing to do. And I'm going to tell you this. Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage is going to tell us exactly why that's the case. You ought to Google bagel loan or give him a call on his cell phone, 314-324-4440. He couldn't be more accessible to the audience. Stewie, why shouldn't people wait? Give them the knowledge, if you would, please.
Tim, this is really, really simple. What happens is if you wait till the interest rates drop, everybody that's been on hold is going to go and jump in and try to buy that house. The inventory is not going to proportionally increase, and therefore you're going to have 2 to 3 times more buyers looking to buy that house. What's going to happen to the price of those houses? They're going to shoot up even more. The smart thing to do is buy the house now. This is the winter season. It's considered a slow season. Rates are a little bit higher. Get the price, the right price for the house you want. Even get the house, because later on the bidding wars is going to be really, really, really tough to get that house. So you go ahead, you buy it now, and then, Tim, what are they going to do when the rates drop?
They're going to refinance.
That's right. You refinance with the bagel loan. So get the house of your dreams, pay the lower price, go ahead and get it now. Later on, refinance when it goes down. That's the smartest move you can do. You wait till later, you may not even get the house. Definitely not at these prices.
There you go. Call Stewie. He gives out his cell phone. You can call him right now, 314-324-4440, or Google the bagel loan. Welcome back. It's TMA, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to welcome
Thank you.
the 101 ESPN studios, Martin Kilcoyne.
Thank
Doug.
you. Glad to be
he's
here.
been here for an hour.
Oh.
Bob Wallace is in the studio with us.
Bob
here, and I'm
Wallace.
looking forward-
Hello, Robert.
Hello, how are you guys doing?
Welcome in, Bob.
How should we introduce you? Because you were an NFL executive with the football Cardinals, worked for the Philadelphia Eagles, the St. Louis Rams, Yale running back. Don't want to bury the lead. But attorney at Thompson Coburn. Currently, though, you are running the Dome, right?
Well, I'm the interim president and CEO of Explore St. Louis, which is the Convention and Visitors Commission, which runs the Dome, runs the convention center, and it's charged with bringing business, convention business and tourism into St. Louis.
The Kitty Ratcliffe job. So you are in that role.
I am in that role, yes.
And you're just holding the fort down? Is that what we say? They're actively looking. If you guys are available, I don't know what
you're looking for additional.
Awfully busy.
Okay.
I'm here for like 3 or 4 hours.
Right. We have a national search going on right now, and we're kind of in the beginning process of it, so I'm not quite sure how long I'll be there, but probably at least until the start of the new year.
All right, well, we have a lot of directions we want to go here.
Yeah, well, I'll go short term and kind of a big picture. What is the short term plans for the Dome, and what would the big picture look like maybe in the next 5 years, Bob?
Well, I think there'll be a lot of discussion about the Dome. I think it is an asset to the community. We use it as additional floor space, exhibit space for conventions and visitors. We've also had some events there. Last year they had the Missouri-Memphis game there. The Battlehawks have, set the UFL on fire with their attendance at the Dome. So they've got an NFL stadium, even though they have not gone to the second level. They were at the process of doing that last year. And, we had the playoff game. The Battlehawks played a playoff game, and then they were having the championship game in St. Louis. It would have been great if the Battlehawks would have made it, because they might have filled the Dome for that. There's a real passionate Battlehawks fan.
I thought the referees might help with that in that playoff game.
You would think. You'd think The Rock, who's in wrestling, would know how to do that, right?
But is the debate kind of like, how much do you put into a building that we don't use a ton? Like, is that kind of what the debate is right now? Like, how much do you throw into a building that doesn't get a ton of use?
No, I don't think the debate is how much you throw in. It's how much do you have to throw in. If you look around, there are not that many Dome stadiums. There's Atlanta and Detroit and Arizona and, the Stan Dome out in L.A. where they can cover it up. So these big events, especially in football, where they're playing, championship games and playoffs games in February or January and February, it's cold. Dome stadiums are important. And, the Final Four has gone to all Dome stadiums for their final weekend. So, it puts us in the mix. I think we have to determine, it's a 30-year-old stadium. If you look around sports, people are basically sunsetting stadiums at 25 to 30 years. So we have to make a decision whether we're going to put in some money to fix it up and keep it so that it can compete, or do something else. I don't think there's a big appetite for doing something else. So the question is, what do we need to fix, and how do we need to fix it so that we can remain competitive?
You get a slice of the NFL money, right? The RSA, the Regional Sports Authority, which oversees the Dome, separate from Explore St. Louis. Write all this down, Doug.
No.
But the RSA got some money.
The RSA was the one who brought the lawsuit.
Correct.
So the RSA, along with the city and the county, brought the lawsuit. And the RSA is, a quasi-governmental agency, and was getting money to pay the bonds and take all that. The bonds are all paid off, so the stadium is now owned by the RSA. CVC, or Explore St. Louis, it's confusing, they're the same thing, operates it on behalf of, we kind of are the landlord for the RSA.
But they've got money to spend, RSA, right?
They got, I think they got like $80 million as part of the settlement from the Rams suit. So they've got 80, but they've got a lot of maintenance, and as I said, it's a 30-year-old stadium.
Right.
So that,
I'm not saying that money will go far, but I'm just curious, have they said what they'll do with it? Do we know where that's?
No, we're meeting continuously about it, because we operate the stadium for us, so we have some opinions on what needs to be fixed, what has to be upgraded. to go forward. So we've been meeting. We haven't made any decisions, but we have a good relationship with the RSA and Reverend Nance, who's the chair, and some of their other members. We're working through that process.
But what's weird is in his Rams role, Bob would have to kind of fight the Dome for upgrades on behalf of the NFL team in town, right?
Yes.
You were kind of there holding the Dome accountable for the first-tier status for a while, or at least trying to get things done.
Right. We always wanted the stadium to be maintained. I always joke, because I came back to St. Louis from the Philadelphia Eagles, that we wanted our stadium, the new stadium that they had just built, to be maintained like the Cardinals maintained Busch Stadium, not like the city of Philadelphia maintained Veterans Stadium.
Vet.
Right, the Vet.
But what were those negotiations? Because isn't that sort of along the way, before the Rams left, like, really, we weren't keeping up our end of the bargain. Isn't that true?
Well, no, I wouldn't say that's true. I think St. Louis did try to keep up their end of the bargain. Part of the problem was the 10-year measuring dates that we had for looking to see whether it was first tier almost became an impossibility once 24 new stadiums were built between 95 and 2005. So unless you assume that NFL owners weren't smart enough to build a nicer stadium the next time, then you basically couldn't. That 16 owners would make a worse stadium than one that was built in 95, and obviously that didn't happen.
Didn't St. Louis leave itself incredibly exposed with that clause in the deal?
Yeah, the other thing I've said over the years is the city of St. Louis wasn't that dumb, nor were the Rams that smart to anticipate that the 24 new stadiums would be built. So, again, the whole process was to keep the stadium maintained and to put money back into it. And, when you're dealing with sports teams and dealing with government, the first thing they want to cut is, something that they don't view as a necessity for the city. So that was the sort of the thought process behind. But again, things got out of hand.
We played a clip from Mike Martz, who was on with Jim Thomas on a podcast he's doing. I think we played it about 2 weeks ago. And he was saying that in 2002, right after losing the Super Bowl, that he started to hear about the team making plans to return to Los Angeles, which caught him off guard at the time. What are your thoughts on what Mike Martz had to say?
Yeah, I don't remember the 2002. In fact, we started... part of the process with the lease and the first tier was we started, a few years before to look around what was being done around the stadium so we could make suggestions. And, myself and John Oswald and some people from the Dome went around and looked at a bunch of the new stadiums. We looked at Pittsburgh. We looked at to see what was out there. But, John Shaw, who was the president at the time of the Rams, he kind of made a decision early on that it would be not in good faith to within 8 years to say, oh, by the way, we're going to return to LA. So I don't remember that ever being a discussion. It wasn't one that we had openly in the building. I don't even know if John and I ever talked about moving back to LA in 2002, 2003. So he might have heard that we were looking at going around looking at stadiums to see what was there and sort of leapfrog to that conclusion.
2002 is 8 years before Stan became full-time owner, 6 years before Georgia died. What was Stan's level of involvement then, like in 2002?
He was involved. I mean, John did a great job of, managing both Georgia and Stan and keeping them informed. Under his agreement as the minority owner, he didn't have a lot of say in what was going on. I mean, Georgia had the ultimate say. She had 60% of the ownership at that point. So, but Stan was involved. John did a great job of telling him what was going on. Stan was at that point was a fairly passionate fan. He would go to the games. He would, be upset when we won. He'd be happy when upset when we lost, happy when we won. So he was involved, he was involved in, the design of Rams Park at that point when it started back in 96. He was involved with the uniform decisions. I think John kept him involved in signings and all those kind of things, or at least informed about signings and that.
Is there anything at all St. Louis could have done differently to keep the Rams here?
I don't think so. As I look back upon it and look what Stan, did when he went to L.A., I mean, he put $5 billion into a new stadium. He moved from, the 25th DMA to the second DMA. The value of his franchise increased. I think he was looking at that more than he was looking at the support of the stadiums in here in St. Louis.
The way I had a conversation one time, Bob Wallace is in studio with us here on TMA 101 ESPN with Kevin Demoff. Throughout the course of the process, we would talk he actually texted me from inside the meeting room that fateful day in Houston. And I said, when Stan exercised his right of first refusal, did you guys know at that moment that you were going to move? And he said, no, but we knew we were in a good position because either we're going to get a bunch of money to build a new stadium or refurbish the dome here, or we would be in a position to move. And what our hope was, now this is his words, what our hope was, what happened with the Colts in getting Peyton Manning and the rejuvenation of the Colts fans in Indianapolis with the new building, Lucas Oil, was what would happen when we drafted Sam Bradford. And those two things kind of pair out in 2010. Of course, Peyton Manning went on to have one type of career and Sam Bradford another. Did you ever hear any kind of conversation regarding a commitment to seeing St. Louis do an Indianapolis U-turn?
Well, I mean, I think every team in the NFL, when they have the number one pick, thinks they can get a franchise quarterback. So I'm not sure that's a plan as much as it's hapstance that, you were the worst team in the league the year before and you had a chance to, draft a number one quarterback. And I think Sam Bradford at that point was regarded as the top prospect quarterback for that draft period.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
I didn't know he had said that to you. I had a breakfast with Demoff when I got fired from doing preseason games because I was sarcastic on the radio. And he said...
and when I was there, I liked the sarcasm.
I actually had breakfast right down the street at the First Watch here, and Kevin said, he's like, I enjoy your humor, but not when it's directed at our franchise, and we've just... gotten Sam Bradford, and we think we're going to be the next Colts. He told me that at breakfast.
Oh, use the Colts now.
And I said, I don't know if Spagnuolo's Tony Dungy. And
so that was your...
I didn't really mend any fences at the breakfast.
You? What were they thinking?
Well, he said, if you're going to be the home of the Rams and you're going to carry the games, you're going to do the preseason, he said, I need you to be a cheerleader. And I said, I think you got the wrong guy. I said, I can't, for 4 nights in August... be a cheerleader, it's sacrifice the rest of the year being objective or having a snide comment here or there when the team's garbage. But he said, well, we're about to ascend and we need people who are on board, sort of was the message. And they went, what did they go that year? 2-14 maybe in 2011? They were ready to ascend.
They had a 1-15 season in there too somewhere, didn't they?
But I wonder the timing there when he said that, because we know famously in 2013 he said Stan picked out the land.
Yes.
So I guess that was a year or two after they thought they were going to ascend. So you don't think the fix was always in, but at some point, Stan, as we know from Kevin's comments, and you were deposed, right, during that lawsuit?
I don't remember.
No, the recent one. But we know Kevin struggles sometimes with the facts, or what do they call it? The truth, maybe?
Doug, I think that's what they call it.
Did Kevin come in the building, Bob? Didn't you leave the building when he came in the building? What's fair?
Yes, I left the building when he came in. He was basically brought in to replace Jay and I. He was Superman. He could do 2 jobs with one.
Is that right? And he had how many years experience in that position in Tampa?
He had none in that position.
Okay. Doug, thoughts?
I would love for Bob to say more, but I get it's probably a little awkward.
Yeah, well, I am anxious to hear. I had Gene McNary and Vince Shamel on my podcast, and the stories that they told regarding the Cardinals relocation, you were there in the 80s, and you will be able to hear this and then tell me which one. And I'm not saying one was lying. I'm just saying they clearly have a different recollection of what transpired. And Jackson is a big NBA guy here, Bob, was heartbroken to hear that Gene McNary made reference to an NBA franchise contacting him about moving to St. Louis, tying into that building. We will have that audio, Bob Wallace's reaction to it, coming up on the other side of the break. You're listening to TMA. It's 101 ESPN. 100 West Dental is a loyal sponsor, Dr. Brandon Pryor, and he has a deal right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off Invisalign at 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com, or you can call 636-585-0100. No phone call is needed, though, to get in. Just check the calendar online for availability and book right then and there. So many people think that dental health is separate from the rest of your health, and that's not the case. It can impact the rest of your health, so make sure you get checked out with 100 West Dental. No insurance, no problem. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who do not have dental insurance. It's all at 100 West Dental, online at 100westdental.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with our guest Bob Wallace in studio here on TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. The Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Bob Wallace in studio with us. Jackson, you have the audio pulled here, all right? Let's start with Gene McNary. He was county executive in the 1980s, and then Mayor Vince Schamel, mayor in the 1980s, when the city, the region, was negotiating with the St. Louis football Cardinals. Bob, I want you to take a listen, if you would, to this audio. Here is what Gene McNary said happened with the negotiations.
And then city utilities and some corporations and the banks decided that they couldn't let that happen. And so Vince called me, and he said, I'll meet you down at MAC. We went to had a private room, and he said, I got to renege. I said, no, you don't. He said, well, they told me that if I might as well kiss my political career goodbye if I did this, because the city couldn't stand him. And so I said, well, I mean, you're big enough and you're going to run statewide. You can do it. But he felt as though he couldn't. And so then he came out against it.
So that clip is in reference to a building that was going to be built, but was going to be built in St. Louis County. And he said the support from what was essentially Civic Progress was going to be pulled for his political career if he allowed them to build a building in St. Louis County. So in fairness, I had Vince Shamel in a couple of weeks later. Here is what his recollection is on Gene McNary's story and what actually happened.
Well, no.
But concise answer.
I never considered stadium out at Riverport or wherever it was unless it did not have a lid on it. In other words, we didn't want anything built that would be competitive with the convention center. And so early on, and pretty much everybody was okay with this. You want to go out there, you want to build a football stadium, you'll have a few concerts during the year, and you'll have, a few football games, and, but that's not going to make you competitive with the, this, by the way, was very early on. Mm-hmm. I mean, and that kind of got blown out of the water by, they couldn't do the development on the Missouri Riverfront without the stadium being competitive. It had to have a lid in order to be able to be competitive because they needed other events in order to justify the whole thing.
Lid meaning a dome. So city, county not on the same page, it sounds like there?
Well, I mean, he was saying that what Gene McNary was saying was not real, that he did not pull it, the support, because of the meeting at the MAC with Civic Progress. Also something that Mayor Shamel said that wasn't included in that clip is that Bill Bidwell was so clear that he didn't want to stay here that he was not going to serve Anheuser-Busch products at the Dome. So therefore, he was trying to put something on the table as a non-starter. You were actually there, Bob. What is your recollection? Who is telling the truth?
Well, I don't know. It's a little bit of both. That was 40 years ago, almost. A little bit of both telling the truth. Perception is reality. Their perception is what they believe their reality is. I do believe that there was some discussion among the business community about moving the team and the stadium out of downtown St. Louis. We're still having those discussions now about what should be downtown and what shouldn't be not. And so I think that they had agreement. They were working very well together, Shamel and McNary, going up to that process. And then I believe there was a secondary deal made, where Gene said he would back off of the stadium, and I believe it was out in Earth City.
Yeah, I remember that.
Rams won. And Gil. So I think there's a second part of the story which my memory doesn't go back that far. But I think they both had a perception that they thought they were getting close to having a deal. I do remember Bill throwing in the monkey wrench about serving beer in the stadiums on Sundays. I think he would have come off of that. I think that was just a position at some point. And remember, for years, from the mid-'60s to '88 when they moved, the football Cardinals were a secondary tenant in that stadium. It was first it was owned by the baseball team, and they played 81 games where you played 10, so they had much more sway. And then they ended up buying the convention, the Civic Center entity, and it became a subsidiary of the brewery. So Bidwell didn't have the same vote power that he once had.
What did Bill Bidwell want or think about? Tell me about, he's an NFL owner. He wanted a new stadium, period, right?
Remember that the Busch Stadium was about 55,000 seat stadium. And then during that period of time, stadiums became money makers for the teams. That they were in the 60 to 70,000 seat range for stadiums, and they became money drivers for franchise. Remember, at that point, or still to this day, the NFL was true socialism. They put the TV package in a all together, and then they split it evenly. So Green Bay and New York got the same amount from TV as possible. So that was part of the backbone of Rozell's genius in getting the owners to split the revenue equal. So the difference between high revenue teams and low revenue teams back then was what money you could generate from your stadium. So Busch Stadium had the old Busch Stadium, not the new one, had luxury boxes that we were trying to sell them for $25,000 back in those days, and they didn't have the same amenities that luxury boxes were having in new stadiums.
And you maintained that Bidwell didn't want to leave, and that if it had gotten done some way, somehow, we know St. Louis struggles to get things done. You maintained we never would have had the Rams, never would have been chasing Kroenke around town.
Never would have won a Super Bowl, though.
Never would have won a Super Bowl. How do you know? Bill Bidwell wouldn't have won a Super Bowl?
Well, I don't know. They haven't won one yet, so the franchise haven't won one.
Probably a safe
Right.
bet. And now tell folks about the meeting. Was it in New York where the Bidwell family says at this point, it's coming down to the wire? And are we going to Baltimore? Are we going to Phoenix? That it literally was up in the air, right?
Very much up in the air. So the deadline was January 15th, and I'll never forget. So me and some other lawyers in our law firm worked on the application that you had to submit to the league to Pete Rozelle. And I remember going out to the Bidwell house on I guess it's Big Bend Road out there, right off on Southmore Street. And Bill had these big Doberman pinchers that everybody was afraid of. And so I bring out the application, and I bring out two applications, one for Baltimore and one for Phoenix. And we gave them both to him, and didn't know when he left which one he was going to use. We thought we were going to use. We thought Phoenix was the front runner, but we weren't really sure. And so when he went to New York on the 15th, he made the decision, I guess, on the plane. And Tom Guilfoyle, who was the partner in the firm that I work for that did it, was his closest confidant. And I'm not even sure Tom knew where we were going at that point.
But wasn't there a last-ditch effort in where Chuck Knight was on the phone, where they tried one last time to say don't go?
Well, after we submitted the application in the league meeting in Phoenix, ironically, Bidwell made his presentation to the owners. They considered it. And then I think it was Chuck Knight. I know it was Chuck Knight, and it may have been Hedgie Barksdale, came out to the NFL meetings. And they made a counter proposal saying, if the Cardinals stayed, we will do X. And, I'll never forget Al Davis said, raised his hand and said, I'll take that deal. But
always looking to move Al Davis.
So we could have had the St. Louis Raiders.
Right. But then what happened was like 20 minutes, I guess there were some questions, and they went back and they asked Knight and Barksdale, what about this? And I guess they kind of hedged on their bet. And then Rozelle came back out. So, let me just say that they're not going to do this, they're not going to do that. So they kind of backtracked on what they had promised. And I'll never forget, Bidwell said, now you know what I've been dealing with. So the league, basically unanimously approved. Bill was a good NFL soldier. He was loyal. He did think league first most of the time. So they approved the move.
And you maintain he didn't want to move.
He did not want to move. He would have stayed here in St. Louis. I mean, I think he got frustrated down the stretch with, the back and forth with McNary and the business community. Bill was not, he was not a St. Louis Country Club guy who knew all the big shots. I mean, and as you all know, he was awkwardly and painfully shy. So he was not, but he was a very generous man. He was a very loyal man to people that he worked for. He was different, but he was.
So he had a reputation of being very stingy, didn't he? But you say that's not really him.
Well, he was very charitable. Very charitable. Gave a lot of things to the local charities and did it under cover. I mean, he wasn't asking for people to say, hey, "Look what I did." He didn't ask for that. But again, this was a low revenue team because of the inability to really drive revenue from the stadium at all, and the team was moderately, if not subpar, successful. So you couldn't charge premiums because of the product that you were putting on the field.
Was that lawyer speak for they weren't very good? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
The team wasn't very good?
But the team had some runs.
Star players.
Had some runs, in the 70s when Coryell was here. They were a good team. In their early 80s, 82, 83, 84, when Hannafin was there and Roy Green and Neil Lomax, they were a really exciting team. I always, if we would have won the 84 game in D.C., Redskins.
Neil O'Donoghue, Doug.
Neil O'Donoghue missed the field goal.
Yeah.
I believe there would have been a momentum to, it's funny, we lost that game, and maybe if not sooner than later, maybe a week later, there was an article, Bidwell, Cardinals contemplating move and after 85 season. That kind of took the momentum away from.
So this is all on Neil O'Donoghue? It's all on one bad kick?
NFL team if it weren't for Neil.
No, it wasn't one bad kick. It was a series of bad kicks that made the one bad kick come back and haunt us.
Oh, and then you go to work for the Rams. They both. Bob, what's the problem here? The Big Red left. The Rams. Should we blame you? Is it that simple? Forget Neil O'Donoghue.
Right. I think I'll never forget being in the elevator when you had a league meeting and I had worked for Bidwell, and then I went to work for the Eagles in Bremen, and I was coming back to St. Louis to work for Georgia, and somebody said, "Boy, you picked some real winners."
But you like Georgia, right? Everybody liked Georgia.
Yeah, Georgia was. She wasn't involved in the day-to-day of the Rams. John ran the day-to-day of the Rams. Georgia's peculiarities were that, she'd have trouble picking out her bio for the media guide.
The media guide would come out like week 10.
Right, pictures in there. And, the people would be complaining, coaches. And I said, you guys are complaining about nothing. She's not telling you to play a quarterback. Yeah. She's telling you what picture she wants or what cover she wants on the cover of the media guide. Those are small problems. Don't worry about those. Just worry about who's your left tackle or who's your quarterback. Don't worry about what picture's on the cover.
I want to get your perspective on all that has transpired and perhaps the state of things here as we sit in 2024. Bob Wallace, kind enough to be with us here for the 8 o'clock hour, brought to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on 101 ESPN. It is TMA, Family Golf and Learning Center, longtime sponsor of TMA, a premier golfing facility for all abilities and ages, providing a friendly and encouraging practice experience for the individuals or the family. Right now, they have Sim League signups. So with the weather cold, you can play inside at Family Golf and Learning Center. Sign up right now at familygolfonline.com. Those Sim Leagues start in January. And with the holiday season underway, book your holiday event at Family Golf and Learning Center. Plus, they have gift cards available in the golf shop and online for the golfer in your life. Go to familygolfonline.com. Holiday parties, Sim League sign up, and Pro Shop gift cards for the holidays, all available for you at familygolfonline.com. Bob Wallace in studio. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Need some gift ideas this holiday season? You make out the list, what to get so-and-so, what to get so-and-so. How about the idea of giving them me time with Massage Envy, a gift card that they can use for a massage or a facial or a stretch session? You can do this now through December 31st. It's a great deal. When you buy $150 in gift cards, you'll get a free $40 promo card that you can keep for yourself or add to someone's gift. Don't know what to give them? How about a little relaxation, a little trip to Massage Envy for a massage? It's a stressful time of year. Perfect idea is a massage for Massage Envy. It's me time. Massage Envy, where better begins. This offer is good in location only, not available online. Terms apply. See franchise locations for details. A massage this time of year is the perfect gift. Love Massage Envy. Stop by and get some me time.
This is Action Jackson with a SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Grizzlies defeat the Trailblazers last night, 123-98, and Ja Morant returned 22 points and 11 assists for the former Murray State racer. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. And it is our pleasure to have in studio here for the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour, former Cardinals, football Cardinals that is, and Rams executive, Bob Wallace with us. And we've talked about the Cardinal situation with Bill Bidwell and also talked about the current status of the Dome, where you are helping out now as the interim chair. The Rams and what transpired. We talked with the podcast with Mike Martz a couple weeks ago where he said he thought it started in 2002. When was it something that you felt like was really gaining momentum in your tenure, Bob?
I was near the end of my tenure. I think it didn't really start bubbling up until Georgia had passed away and Stan sold the team to, Chip and Lucia, Georgia's children, sold the team to Stan. I think, it was, Stan had a bigger play in mind. I don't think, if Georgia was still alive, she loved being in St. Louis. It was kind of her return to home. She spent some time in her youth in St. Louis. And she was not a favorite person in Los Angeles, so I don't believe that she was feeling the lure to go back. And I don't think the kids had the same feeling either. This was a great place for the team that their mother owned.
But there was never any opportunity for them to keep the franchise. That wasn't something they desired, and then I recall the estate tax was a huge factor in that.
Yeah, I think they could have kept the team if they wanted to. I don't believe they wanted to. To be a sports owner is it's a lot of fun sometimes, but you're also in the spotlight. You're also, you have to have the ego that you want to be a sports owner. To be a sports owner, I don't think either one of them had that ego to want to do that. And then, John, who was very close to the family, he wanted to step back from the football business, too, so they didn't have confidence that someone else would protect their interests as much.
I think there was concern, too. I don't know if you have to be a billionaire, but I think there was some financial implications, right, to be the owner and the money that maybe that the franchise owed, some debt and things like that.
Yeah, I don't know if there was a lot of debt on the franchise. But I think the estate tax that you mentioned was a consideration, and whether they had done the planning that they needed to do and still come out where they wanted to be.
There's another theory that if they win the Super Bowl against New England, that the team's got momentum with 2 Super Bowls in a 3-year period, and then maybe the city's more inclined to start throwing money at them if they're a premier. Things started. What about in the building? Didn't it sort of disintegrate after that?
Well, it did kind of, but not. After the second Super Bowl when we lost, there became a little fissure in the front office with the football side of the team between Jay and Charlie and Mike, and that had some effect. And then Mike got sick, remember? And Joe Vitt took over. I mean, it was sort of a conglomeration of problems after that. I'm not sure that winning 2 Super Bowls as opposed to being in 2 Super Bowls, winning 1, would make that significant of a difference that all of a sudden the city was going to rally around and give them whatever they wanted. But at that point in 2002, we weren't really asking for that much. We really, we ended up doing a 10-year measuring date, and we ended up getting, $30 million was invested into the stadium. We tried to put in some amenities that would drive revenue. We put in a new Budweiser club. We put in a new other high-end sort of club seat area. So I don't remember in 2002 being a real discussion, or even 2005, even 2010. I don't believe there being a real discussion about moving, even when I left in 2010.
But when Dave Peacock and company were trying to get it done, last-minute stadium deal, did you ever think that was going to happen? You know the league, the way these owners think. Did you feel like that was a nice effort, but that it was never going to work?
I thought it was a nice effort. I'm not sure it was an effort that an NFL owner at that point, especially Stan, who was a real estate guy, was considering. Remember, the deal was that the stadium was going to be in the top tier, which would mean the top 8 stadiums in the country. And what St. Louis then put on the table was that they would get that the Rams would contribute to a new stadium. Well, that wasn't the deal that the Rams made. So, it wasn't something that all of a sudden, Stan's a businessman. He wasn't going to say, oh, by the way, I'm going to spend, $1 billion to help, and you can spend $120 million. That didn't seem to be a very logical discussion that they were having at that point. So to go back to your earlier question, whether there was a mistake made, I think the mistake made was St. Louis should have said yes to when the arbitrators came down and said you have to do $700 million improvement to the stadium. That should have been the time where they said, okay, then they would have boxed Stan in because that was the right that they had.
And the key on that, the counter to that, when that was presented, I agree with you. That I feel like that kind of flies under the radar, that was an opportunity. And what was that, like 2000? Do you know the year, Bob, on that one? 12, 13?
Yeah, it was 2012. I wasn't there anymore. It was 2012, 13 when the arbitrators. And, I think that there was a sort of a feeling at one point that the arbitrators, which arbitrators do historically, is kind of split the baby.
Yeah.
And that he would come in and say, they would come in, it was a panel of 3, I believe, at the time. They would come in and say, okay, it's not the $120 million that the CBC is offering, and it's not the $1.2 billion that Stan, but somewhere in between. Or the 700, because Stan's proposal was $709 million to relocate, the field and the dome and do some, pretty extensive changes. So they weren't going to split the baby. He had to pick. The arbitrators picked what was closest to first tier, and it was the Rams' proposal that was closest to first tier.
And if they had said yes to that, you spread that out over $30 million. I mean, it's not as significant. And the dollar amount sounds like a ton, but if you spread it out over time and you keep the team. So if they had said yes, done deal, he couldn't leave, right?
But so I want to ask about that, Bob. My understanding, I know you weren't there at that time. My understanding, the counter locally was, well, that doesn't keep him here. Following up on what you just asked, Martin, it kept them there, I think, only through 2020.
Right.
Or 2025.
Yes, that is correct. I forgot about that. Yes.
Yeah. Would you have asked them? That's when the city or RSA would have said, will you sign a new lease? And then they may have said, oh, thanks, but no thanks.
And you have to remember that even at that point, although LA had been unsuccessful over the many years of getting a new franchise there, you would think that if they had to wait 10 years, that maybe somebody would have stepped in.
Yeah,
remember,
you can wait them out.
Right, you could have waited. Remember that the Chargers and the Raiders both were looking to move. So somebody might have filled the Los Angeles sort of void that was there, but nobody had the sort of the money or the want to do a real estate deal surrounding a new stadium.
That's correct. That's why Stan Kroenke was able to get in there. He could privately fund it.
Right.
So where would, if St. Louis, to play this out, because I feel like this is an important, we talk about sliding doors moments. I think this was an important moment. There didn't seem to be any appetite on the outside looking in to accept the arbitrator's ruling. Okay, let's put that money in and let's keep them here for a number of years. Would it have been in play? Do you think that there was any appetite here, or were they getting some resistance locally?
Yeah, I don't think there was any appetite. And I think as you look on it, if somebody's going to spend $700 million, you want more than a 10-year commitment.
Yes,
So it wasn't an unreasonable request. But I don't think they ever got to that point where they said, okay, we're willing to do this.
Mm-hmm.
What are you going to give us in exchange? And I think the league would have put some pressure because nobody envisioned what Stan was going to do in L.A.
Right.
And so it wasn't like, say, boy, we want him in L.A. because he's going to do this. Maybe Jerry thought that, Jerry Jones, who kind of pushed it. But I don't think there was a real feeling that St. Louis wasn't a good thing. And I think, Stan and the Rams at that point were one of the few times that an owner wanted to move, as opposed to most owners want to stay in the community they are. I mean,
just hold the city hostage, get the deal done.
Right. The Chargers wanted to stay in, San Diego.
They did. Yeah.
I think the Raiders would have stayed in Oakland. I mean, that was sort of their brand, the Oakland Raiders. How seemed to move the team whenever he wanted.
The Vikings went through that before they got a new stadium.
So most owners are trying to find a way to stay, and I'm not sure that at that point in 2013 or 14, when they were going through the arbitration, Stan had reached the conclusion that he didn't want to stay here.
So who gets gets to say no to the $700 million arbiter decision? Is that just Kitty Ratcliffe's call, or is the mayor's slayer? I mean,
it was more than just Kitty Ratcliffe.
Well, I mean, who ultimately says we can or can't do that?
I think it was because the stadium was owned by the RSA, which was owned by the state, the county, and there's an
RSA board,
right? The board and the mayor and the county executives. I mean, no individual by themselves said we're not going to do this, and everybody said, "Oh, okay." I mean, there was a lot of discussion about that.
And I never heard anybody say from the RSA or from the city, "Oh, we should do this." And I think everybody looked at it as a non-starter. It seemed like.
And I think, as Tim mentioned, the fact that it was going to stop in 10 years was a real non.
But I mean, you could have gone to the table and said, "All right, we're doing it. Here's a new 20-year extension or whatever."
Right.
Yeah.
And I think the league would have supported that.
Is there any way that dome could be fixed up now that some NFL team might be interested somewhere down the road?
I sort of beat myself up occasionally about this. When we were going through the process of saying we need upgrades to the stadium, all that, we always were kind of bad-mouthing the dome as dark, and part of it was, remember, from 1999 to 2005. That was as tough a place as there was in the league, and nobody was complaining about anything about the dome at that point. It was loud. Energy was all there. So yes, you look at San Antonio, which is a dome stadium that hasn't had an NFL franchise ever, and they're still getting big events. So yes, I think there's a lot of maintenance and repairs and upgrades. Technology has changed so much in the 30 years of that stadium. We upgraded the scoreboards, and probably since the scoreboards were upgraded in 2012 or 2010 to now, there've probably been eight or nine iterations of what the latest technology on scoreboards and stadiums and technology. You have these big center hung scoreboards in some stadiums. And they're as big as life and bigger than life in a lot of stadiums. So yes, I think that you can upgrade the stadium. But as I walk through it now, it's part of my new role, I spend a lot of time walking from my office over through the dome and stuff. I think the dome's in great. I think the dome's in great shape. I mean, it's from an aesthetic point of view. I mean, it looks like a stadium. I mean, stadiums aren't penthouses on Park Avenue. They're stadiums, and I think that it's not the best stadium in the league. It wouldn't be the best stadium in the league even if they put the $150 million of maintenance and retail that they repair that they have. But it's not the worst stadium in the league either.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, Martin. We essentially one final question. It's certainly vague, but wide-ranging intentionally. Now that you've seen what you've seen, you've worked for a number of organizations, and then also now in the position you're in, Bob, with the Dome. What is it, if there is a thing or a multitude of things that you could see, whether it be the metropolitan area, the city, the county, a conglomerate of sorts, that could get St. Louis, quote-unquote, back on track?
Well, first of all, you need a billionaire who's willing to lead the charge and wants to have a team. Then you have to.
Are you talking NFL or just city county issues?
I'm talking issues. I mean, if the NFL is in play, though.
Right. Okay. I didn't know you. I think
you meant as a region.
Yes, as a region.
I think we have to deal with the city-county divide and how we bring it in. And if you look at some of the other cities that we compete with as Convention and Visitors Commission and what they've done, if you look at what Detroit seems to be the latest example of what's going on, but Indianapolis did a great job in sort of turning their city around and bringing them in. You look at Baltimore. You look at some of the other cities that have developed a downtown presence that thrives. They have a unified government. And that's something that so that may be the first issue, or the second issue. The first one, in terms of sports franchise, you need somebody who's got $1 billion who wants to be a sports owner.
And so Dan Gilbert's impact on the Detroit area is so material to the resurgence.
Right.
How many billionaires we got in this area?
I think we have a lot, actually.
Do we really?
I think we have a very
like half a dozen.
Half a dozen.
Yeah, and I think maybe outside of one, they kind of like to fly under the radar, don't they? I mean, it's kind of one of the.
Who's the one that doesn't?
Yeah, the Taylor family, right?
Well, they don't, but they fly.
They were famously for under the radar until soccer.
Up until what? The last however many years, and now they're big proponents of trying to get this place back on track. But yeah, what Dan Gilbert did in Detroit that's a private-public
It's funny if you look
merger
at
that make it work.
what Dan Gilbert did. He was probably the most unpopular person in Cleveland when LeBron left
the
LeBron
LeBron
first time.
situation.
And now his
2010.
image is completely changed. And I mean, people like Dan Gilbert now as opposed to people hate Dan Gilbert in the LeBron.
Is he the one who's like blind?
No.
Because
That was Gordon Gund, I believe, wasn't it?
Yeah,
Gordon
yeah.
Gund. That was the old Cavs owner.
Okay. Yeah,
Not to go all Brooks Perry on Rain Man, but I think it was Gordon Gund. My only question was with the lawsuit. Do you think, and a lot of people believe, instead of settling, if you keep pushing it, they'll give you a team? I never thought that was real. What did you think? Was that ever going to be in play?
I think St. Louis and the politicians and some people just got tired of the NFL and not being able to trust what was the process that they said they had. So I don't think there was a lot of political will to further engage with the NFL. But I think an NFL franchise is a real feather in a city's cap. I mean, there was an article in the Business Journal just recently about Kansas City and how many mentions they're getting. And I mean, we were that team in the late in the early 2000s. We had the greatest shirt on turf. We had an iconic quarterback with a great story. We had Hall of Fame players, and we were good. And people talk about it. And the Chiefs are in that era now where they're the best team in the league. They've been the best team in the league for the past 3 or 5 years. They got maybe one of the best quarterbacks ever to play the game, and and they're winning. So no wonder they're popular. Right? It's a great combination. And you have to remember, football is we always say that St. Louis is a great baseball town, but as Jim Thomas and I always joke, it's a football nation, and football is the most popular sport in the country. And it's not close.
Right.
It's not close.
The Rams ran this town for a period of time, and anybody who was here knows that was the case. And I always cringe when I hear that baseball town thing because I was here. We were working together at KMOV, Martin. We were doing television at the same time. It ran this town, and that frustrates me when that narrative is applied.
When back in, I guess it was 98 even, when Sosa and McGuire were going through the home run chase. And, everybody was tuned into that. But for our preseason games, now there was one preseason game a week or one football game a week, our ratings on TV compared with the Cardinal ratings during the home run search for the preseason games. And nobody ever mentioned that. And, we got great TV ratings here. The stadium was packed, from 95 to 2012, basically. The tickets were sold and then the product went down, and the talk of moving started, and the
Perfect storm.
The tennis took a little bit of a hit, but still, the Cardinals, even when they were moving, they had 90% capacity. So St. Louis and the support for the Battlehawks shows that St. Louis is a pretty good football town.
Yeah. A.J. McKernan went out of his way to say that as he was lighting the Battlehawks on fire leaving town. But he was very complimentary of the region. Bob, thanks so much for the time that you spent in studio with us here. This has been quite enlightening on the St. Louis NFL history, if not super frustrating as well.
Right. It's I try to get. I made a proposal to ESPN one time that they ought to do a 30 for 30.
Yes,
a 30 for 30
more
on the NFL's lost city, which is St. Louis.
Oh my goodness!
It's really not St. Louis and the fan base's fault that we don't have a theme. It's politicians, it's business people, it's stadiums are the reasons that we want. But the support that St. Louis people showed for their NFL franchises, and that they're showing now for the UFL franchises, is something that we shouldn't hang our head about.
Bob Wallace, kind enough to spend time with us here on TMA. Bob, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you. Former Yale running back.
ESPN. Former Yale running back. Jackson, what business do I have to tend to, sir? Martin, you have.
But he likes to tell Tim to tell Martin. That's the signage is kind of like calling a play in the NFL. It goes into the huddle. But this conversation has me energized, which is great. But if you're low on energy, if maybe you got that fatigue, you've got weight gain, muscle loss, there's a good chance it's low testosterone. The best thing to do is go see our friends at Mentality Health, Chesterfield Valley. Beautiful location there. They're in South County as well. LowTusa.com is the website. And the difference here, you're going to meet meet in person, get that consultation. I met with Kevin and Dave. You sit down, talk about what your goals are about getting back in the game. It's not just the bedroom. It's not just the weight room. We're talking about everyday life, getting things done. You just sort of lose that edge. You want to get it back. As we get older, we lose testosterone. It's a thing. It's starting to happen younger and younger. Men in their 30s, get tested, lowtusa.com. They'll do the entire blood panel, sit down with you, go through the results. It's about your overall health. That's where the conversation begins. Lose the mood swings, lose that irritability. Get back in the game, be your best self again. You can do that by making your testosterone levels right. You can do it at lowtusa.com. That's their website. It's our friends at Mentality Health to get your energy back.
There it is. Mentality online at lowtusa.com. Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN. Welcome back. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne on the program. You're welcome to get involved. Your thoughts on what Bob Wallace had to say. Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And you can text in via the Air Comfort Service text line at 314-399-9646. Watch the program on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. And there is a 101 ESPN YouTube channel as well. Looking forward to going through some of the texts, and you're welcome to call in as well on what Bob Wallace had to say. I thought that arbitration part, and I think that kind of flies under the radar, that particular moment. But the pushback was it only assures that they're here for a decade, and then what happens in a decade. And I get that because that's a $750 million investment. That's what usually people were building stadiums for around that time, not to rent a team for another 10 years.
But don't you negotiate? Don't you go to them and say, all right, we're going to do it. Here's a 20-year extension. I mean, you don't just say, oh, well, can't do it. We're St. Louis. Sorry. Never mind. That seems to be the response. And that night in Houston, Kevin Demoff walked over to me and Jim Thomas, and he said, Martin, you should really look into what Kitty Ratcliffe didn't get done and really dig more into the dome. And maybe he's right. Maybe there's something to it. At the moment, I wasn't really receptive to his comments.
Sure. So. Well, I that's one of the things that I would love to. I don't know if we'll ever hear it, but that was one of the things. And because it comes from Kevin Demoff, it's just dismissed as it had to have been a lie. We hate Kevin Demoff. We hate Stan Kroenke. Therefore, it's a lie. But I think St. Louis has some blood on its hands. That doesn't mean that St. Louis could have saved it, but I don't think that you just go, okay, well, that's his fault. Okay, well, what about Bill Bidwell? That's his fault. What about the expansion team? Well, that's his fault. At some point, it's like if you get divorced 3 times, you go, okay, well, maybe I got to look in the mirror. You know what I mean? Doug, would you like to tell people about Munganess, St. Louis Acura?
Well, sure. If you're lucky enough to be driving around in a car from Munganess St. Louis Acura or Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota, you know you are traveling in style, but you don't have to get lucky, really. You just have to go to the dealership, go to one of the websites, check out the selection they have. Those Acuras are absolutely gorgeous cars, and Toyota has everything you could possibly want. So check them out at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Also, it is a great place, Munganess St. Louis Acura, to get your car serviced. That's where we've taken our cars for several years now. Nicest people you will ever deal with at an automobile dealership. Jamie Burkhardt, Peter Munganess, and Ryan Seiberg, who's there in the service department, they want you to have this number that gets you straight to them, straight to the muckety-mucks, and here it is. I'll give it now. 314-252-0029. You didn't write it down again. I'll read it one more time. 314 252-0029. That is a secret number. Makes you accessible to the people that make the decisions at Munganess St. Louis Acura and Munganess Burkett Alton Toyota. Whether you just need simple maintenance or you need a lot of work done on your car, this is the place you need to go. Again, the website, stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com.
All right, we'll take a break. Come back with our 9 o'clock hour here on TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back to McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. This is 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Transform your story at Illinois Recovery Center. At Illinois Recovery Center, the team believes in the strength of every individual's journey to recovery. Whether you're taking the first step or continuing your path, the IRC's dedicated team is here to support you. And one of the founders of the Illinois Recovery Center was at Madison Square Garden last night. Chris Pondoff was there enjoying the festivities and the Blues win. Go online at IllinoisRecoveryCenter.com or call 888-472-9559. What a night for the Blues and their fans as they win 5-2 in Jim Montgomery's first game. I don't know what stands out the most of the whole thing. The number of shots, the way that Zach Bolduc played, Joel Hofer early on kind of withstanding what was going on with the Rangers. But I know a lot of people were excited to see what happened for Jim Montgomery and the Blues and the energy that followed with him in his first game. Here's what they had to say following the victory.
Well, you always want to get that first one right away, and it's to me, it's about being a Blue. You know, I talked a lot about it, how much I love the city and how much I love the history of the Blues, and knowing so many of the alums personally and having friendships and relationships with them. It's great to see the current Blues reward the history and tradition that's been built.
There it is, Jim Montgomery. following win.
It's only one game in, but it sure feels like a good fit, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, it's just like he was meant to be here. He's been a part of the organization. He knows everybody. He seems to know everybody in town, and he talks like one of us. It just seems like it's a really good fit.
Yeah, I think the most encouraging thing, you scored 5 goals. This team just couldn't score. The other stat Luke Korek had, that in the Blues' previous 9 games, prior to last night against the Rangers, they'd been outscored in the third period 17-4.
Wow.
Which you saw it sort of play out, like all those late collapses or just gut-wrenching late goals. When I looked at that stat, I said 17-4. And Doug, I wrote it down. You always tell me to write it down. I wrote it down. 17-4 just tells you they're getting pounded in the third period. So either, I'm not going to question their effort, but you certainly weren't playing your best when it mattered most. And then last night, scored 3 goals, granted empty netter, but I think playing the whole 60, Tim, they like to say.
60-minute game.
Play the whole game.
Give it play a 200-foot
game?
200-foot game.
Blue-collar effort. Yeah, I mean, hopefully he ignites this team, which we still wonder, is the roster good enough to be a playoff team? But as we mentioned at the outset, 7 o'clock, it'd be nice to have a team that we could get genuinely excited about right now.
It's been a little rough in 2024.
Yeah,
I thought one of the things that he said this in the postgame, and then he also said it in what the Blues posted on their Instagram when he addressed the team following the game. This is a good hockey team. He went out of his way to say that a couple different times. He said, this is a good hockey team. He's saying it to the guys. He's saying it to the media. I don't know if there are a lot of Blues fans who actually think that this is a good hockey team, but I suppose, and this was one of the things that reading Boston writers about Montgomery, his style is positivity. Now, that might get to a point where you roll your eyes, but it was a specific contradiction to who he was replacing in Boston with Bruce. Doug, you call him Butch Cassidy.
I do. Yeah.
And he would call players out in the media. That is really frowned upon, usually in hockey. Really, the only time you're supposed to do that is when you got a guy in center field in the first week of the season as your starting center fielder and you question his effort. But otherwise, ideally, you don't call out players' effort in the media. And Montgomery, I think, is also trying to get the guys to believe that they're a good hockey team. That was one of the first things that he said in the postgame, and then also when he addressed the team. We're a good hockey team. And hey, the confidence, I think, was the big thing last night for Bolduc. You know, he was asked after the game by John Kelly and Jamie Rivers, what was the difference? What was the conversation? And he said, he just told me to play my game and be confident out there, and that's a big thing for me as a young player. And that guy was a different guy than he had looked up until last night, with both the shots on goal and the 2 goals, but in particular, the way he was skating and performing. So that could be a big thing. If the team can be successful and it correlates with Montgomery leading the development of the young players.
And maybe they'd heard enough, even from Doug Armstrong, saying, well, we're not great, but we might sneak in. As a team, you probably always want to think you have a chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe this message hits the right note after hearing, well, we're kind of in a reset. We're kind of in a rebuild. I mean, I wonder about the Cardinals' psyche next year, where they're basically being told, well, we're not really going for it. What are we sitting
2025, we're
sitting this one out.
When you set the bar low, you usually get there.
Yes. That could seep into the room. And I think maybe that's part of Montgomery's message.
I really think that there is a conscious effort. He met with the team in the hotel on Sunday evening in Manhattan, came in from Boston, then starting to meet with players individually yesterday morning. People who were there were talking about how energetic the skate was yesterday, and that carried over into the game against the Rangers. And that's a hell of a stat. Outscored 17-4 in their last 9 games. They have that scrap at the end. Rempe was running all over the damn place. I mean, that hit on Neighbors, gross. But as Shen said, he goes, we don't have anybody on the team who can fight him, and we're not going to go out there. But he's 6'9".
I'll do it.
Jackson will go up there. Now, you would have to be aware that the game is going on.
It's fine. Does it have to be on skates? Because that's a big disadvantage for me.
But you can wear goalie equipment.
He's going to be about 7'3" on skates.
It's fine. Height doesn't measure heart.
Look at this guy, Doug.
Gosh.
He's a believer now.
Boy, you do have some sandpaper. Yeah. When I see the goalies getting ready to fight, I always think, how could you possibly get hurt? Yeah, I'd fight too if I had all that protection. You wouldn't feel anything, would you?
Rivers said he goes, Sturkin took his helmet off. I don't know how smart that was when he bumped Hofer as they crossed at the end of the second period. But that second period encounter, the Blues used it as momentum, and then they get the 3 goals and win it 5-2. We have a surprise guest, rated 8.5 coming up.
That's according to Jackie. We have a surprise guest. We've got Andy Crouppen. I also like to go back at the old text from earlier in the show.
You enjoy the old texts.
We were asking who yelled, "Take your shirt off," when they were handing out the chaser.
Do we have that audio, Jackson? Take a listen.
Suggestions on the text line: Jake Neighbors, which is not a bad guess. Younger guy, Daddy Padre, perhaps.
Padre's traveling.
Somebody
with
else
the
said it was
He's not in there.
Perunovich.
Take your shirt off.
It sounded almost like a woman.
It's like a cartoon character. What?
I did some forensics. It's Holloway.
You're positive on that? You saw the video?
I watched the video, and then it was the
really?
guy sitting right next to.
And you're positive that's Holloway? Remember, they wear helmets.
He didn't have a helmet on.
Not in the locker room, they don't.
I think that's a good play. Younger
So there's
guy.
a young guy wearing a helmet telling his teammate to take
Probably
his top off.
Didn't have a helmet on.
No, he
probably,
was
right?
sans helmet, and he was right next to Bolduc, and he cupped his hands to his mouth like this. and
Okay.
it was-
Well, the chairman had answers. We didn't even know. We didn't. I apologize. We didn't get to you earlier.
That's why our alliance is surging right now.
It was more fun to theorize.
Oh,
thank you. Hey, Sound Story, mysoundstory.com. That's the chairman's real gig here. Just go to mysoundstory.com and enter the promo code TMA to get our Black Friday week special of 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. With Black Friday this week and the holidays now approaching, we have the perfect gift idea for your family. It's called Sound Story. This is the time of the year when people start thinking about what to get family members for the holidays. And if you and your family are thinking about what would be best for mom and dad, or both, a Sound Story gift card would be something everyone would love. And since it's Black Friday this week, Sound Story is a special Black Friday discount of 10% off holiday gift cards at mysoundstory.com when you enter the promo code TMA. Imagine being able to listen to a podcast interview with your mom or your dad anytime, and now it is possible with Sound Story. Sound Story is an hour-long interview with your mom or dad in which they tell their life stories, making sure that you and your children will have these memories saved forever. And now, in the 2024 holiday season, Sound Story is offering the option of a video interview to make sure both the stories and the images are preserved. I had one yesterday, and I always love doing these interviews. It's Sound Story. Go to mysoundstory.com and enter the promo code TMA to get this Black Friday week discount of 10% off a holiday gift card for Sound Story. That's promo code TMA at mysoundstory.com. Sound Story, for you, for them, forever. mysoundstory.com. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more TMA here on 101 ESPN. It's TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. And Doug, look who's in the studio.
I saw him standing over
That's
there.
Andy Crouppen.
Hello, Andy.
The
Right over here.
namesake.
Yeah, I saw him over there. Good to see you again.
Likewise.
Welcome in, fine sir. Great to see you.
Good to see you guys, too.
You walked in and you said you heard we're getting an NFL team from.
Yeah.
That's what we were doing in the 8 o'clock hour, working out an NFL
Yeah, I heard
team.
the NFL doesn't hold a grudge when you sue them a couple times. do you think that really, the lawsuits, that has to go into their thought process when thinking about St. Louis?
I think that's probably a big negative. I think, unfortunately, the bigger negative isn't really even anything to do with St. Louis. I think if they're going to expand or relocate, I think it would be internationally or a market that is trending in a different direction than our metropolitan area is at the moment.
You think Kansas City would get a second team before we would get it first?
And St. Louis would celebrate both.
What about Como? Maybe just put one right in the middle. Got a nice furrow field.
I would take that. After playing
Columbia. Furrow field.
I did have a conversation off air, which is probably not legal for me to repeat, but Shad Khan, the night of the vote, stood outside an elevator, the NFL owners meeting, Jim Thomas, myself, some others, and he said, I love St. Louis, but I think some of the negatives that were brought up would work against it, like the size, the number of Forbes companies and downtown. They're basically saying that you got to also look in the mirror and be honest a little bit about St. Louis.
I think that's healthy to do. Yeah. But I really do believe this, and I don't know. I'm curious what you think. I mean, you were quoted in that St. Louis Business Journal, or it wasn't St. Louis Business, it was a New York Times article, right?
Oh,
Andy,
that
right?
Wall Street Journal thing.
Wall Street Journal, I apologize. I really do believe, and maybe it's hope and it's not belief, but I firmly believe that St. Louis is going to experience a renaissance. But so much of that, and I'm not saying we're on the precipice of it, but I think so much of it is, at some point, it becomes a fiduciary responsibility for investors to go, this thing is so inexpensive to get in that dollars will follow, and there's already infrastructure here. The thing that Bob Wallace has brought up, others have brought up as well, it's a leadership issue, I think, more so than anything else. And that I guess, fortunately, is fixable.
Is it?
I actually think it is, because in order for there to be a fix to a problem, people have to acknowledge there is a problem.
I think that's the biggest problem.
And I think that it's been going around for a couple decades, but now it's socially acceptable here to go, okay, we've fallen way behind. That process began a couple decades ago. Now it's socially acceptable to acknowledge it.
It's getting there. I remember about, I don't know, call it 10 or 12 years ago, my partner Ed Herman, who you know, and I were walking down the street, and someone from KMOX asked
Never
if they
heard
could
of them.
ask
Never
us
heard
a
of
few
them.
questions. I'm sorry. It was an out-of-town radio station. It was. Anyway, so we asked him, and, we do a fair amount of media stuff, didn't think anything of it. And then we start getting these phone calls. How dare you guys, blah, blah, blah. Like our well, I don't want to say names, but there were a lot of people who were very upset with us because we were just honest. We're like, yeah, we're thinking about moving out of downtown because it's unsafe. And people were furious. And this was at a time.
Were they furious with you saying it, or were they furious because they didn't believe it to be true?
I think both.
Okay.
I mean, but this was at a time, and this was like 10, 12 years ago. I remember there was a stretch where there were like 4 or 5 murders in broad daylight, in the heart of downtown St. Louis. And yes, I think people had a really hard time acknowledging that there was a problem. And no, it's fine. No, how dare you? No, it's safe. No, it really isn't. And it still isn't. And until we acknowledge that and do something about it, I think it's going to be very difficult. Although I do think things have gotten better. I do think at least we may have hit rock bottom. I think COVID was really hard for a lot of cities. And it's not fair to blame St. Louis or say, see, this is just another indication. I think everywhere experienced.
But there was one study that said St. Louis had the slowest recovery from COVID than any other major city in North America.
I wonder why that is. It's hard to know.
Well, they're still sitting on hundreds of millions of dollars.
But what do you do? I'm glad they're sitting on it, because I'm glad they didn't throw it away. But I don't feel like there's a plan. There seems to we need a plan that we all know about. we may not all agree on it, but everyone knows about it. So you're sort of pushing towards the same goal. You know, you're trying to revive this area. So everyone knows, you know what, support the restaurants and businesses in this area. Let's make it stable. I don't know, but I think it will take a plan that we're all aware of, and everyone tries at least to support that plan.
It's got to be rooted in economics, and I don't know who you turn to in the leadership and take your pick, where you go, okay, this person gets it from a business and the private sector standpoint. It's it's a relative clown show, to be transparent, with my opinion anyway. And I think that that's an important impetus for the region's redevelopment, is somebody or some people with actual experience in the private sector helping lead an economic resurgence in St. Louis, because otherwise it becomes trying to get Twitter likes with a bunch of nonsense. That's
Doesn't
my official
the
perspective.
downtown, just as a skyline or a visual, and then the Clayton visual, how many cities you've been to similar-ish? Nashville, Milwaukee, Cleveland. Is there sort of a second booming area that they just down the road? Doesn't that just seem to be maybe Bucktown in Atlanta? But I'm just saying, or Buckhead. Yeah, I'm just saying with even Chicago. I mean, I know it's a huge, but it's kind of like there's their core. Just picture any big city you've been to. You don't look out 5 miles. Oh, there's the other downtown. Oh, there's the other pocket.
Well, it's like this sibling rivalry between the city and county that they don't always get along that well. It's silly. I like where I live. There's a grade school that my kids go to, and on a snow day, the first, let's say, 100 feet of the street is in the city, and then it changes to the county. And you'll drive on a snow day. There's a grade school. You know, you're trying to get kids to school. The first 100 feet, not plowed, horrible, barely passable. And then you get to Clayton, and it's pristine. And just things like that are just leave the plow down. You've got to drive down that street anyway.
Yeah.
It's sad. It really is. There's not a desire. It feels like maybe it's ego. I don't know what it is, but at some point it would be better for everyone if the region was better.
And just in the last week, we had a woman snatched in Clayton and murdered in North City. We had a kid shot on the highway driving down 55. It's getting worse. It's not getting better. At least the perception of it. Yeah. This is why people won't go downtown.
I do think that happens in a lot of big cities. Terrible things. I'm saying on a daily basis. Cleveland, Detroit, Milwaukee, Chicago. And I bet any of those cities right now have a terrible headline, something that, and the woman in Clayton, it's terrible, but it sounded like it was somebody that knew her and knew her family.
That's an inside job.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't excuse any of it. It's horrible, but I do think, and downtown doesn't feel safe. I agree with all that, but I think we get caught up in the crime narrative. Mark Schreiber, who's the head of the sports commission, says he goes to these meetings, and the guys from Baltimore and from Milwaukee and Cleveland, Minnesota go, oh, we're getting killed on crime numbers, we're getting killed on... It's very similar. I think we have a crime problem in our country, not just St. Louis.
For sure, but it feels like in a lot of those cities, the crime is more controlled within sort of the crown jewel areas of the cities. It's more compartmentalized, which is still terrible.
Right.
But you're not going to go... I don't know. I lived in the Central West End for a long time, and it felt like that was an area that is small, especially the core of it. And there was still a massive amount of crime. And you really never, ever, ever saw police driving through there, largely because the Central West End, my theory always was they hired a private security company to patrol the area for increased security. But it seemed like the city was like, oh, you guys got this, cool, we won't go there. So you ended up with less security because you tried to have more security, but there was a lot of crime. We ultimately moved out once a young woman was basically murdered on our front doorstep in broad daylight. And it was horrible. I mean, we literally walked up kind of as the ambulance is driving away. Then it was terrible, and I was talking to a friend on the phone the next day. I was like, yeah, I think I'm going to get my concealed carry permit. If I'm just out walking the dog. I'm like, no, I'm going to move. Yeah. This is silly. Yeah. I'm not getting a gun to walk my dog in broad daylight.
I was in Nashville this last Saturday. It couldn't be a more impressive downtown. Thousands of people everywhere. People happy. It felt safe. You could go anywhere. The town absolutely thriving. And I thought, why can't this be us? And then I watched the news there the next morning, and they reported on the 3 shootings in the Nashville area on the outskirts of downtown. So it does happen everywhere.
Yeah, but you can count those on one hand. That's nothing.
Yeah, but some cities still make it work, and others struggle with it.
I think the next big layer is going to be if Mike Keogh, the governor, takes over the police department. He has said the state is going to come in and run the city of St. Louis Police Department. That's going to be a big battle, I'm sure. That's the next big conversation about city and policing, I think.
I just wish they would. There are people who probably outside of St. Louis have really good ideas about how to do this. I remember at a community meeting after it was a woman named Megan Boken was killed.
Yes, and she was very good friends with my little sister.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
2012.
Is that the volleyball player?
Yeah.
St. Louis University.
And there were some meetings in the community, and it was very upsetting. And I remember saying to them, as they're talking, I was like, is there any thought of like hiring a consultant? They're talking about, we're going to increase police presence for the next 6 weeks. I was like, okay, but what happens after then? Like, is there any thought to like doing something different? Hiring somebody from outside of St. Louis who's gone through this and no. We know what we're doing. I'm like, no, clearly you don't. Yeah. There is this ego and this sort of idea that no one could do it better than we could possibly do it, but there are other cities who have recovered from stuff like this. There are things I'm convinced that could be done with the same money or very similar to make St. Louis at least get us out of the bottom 10. Yeah. I don't think it seems like there's a lot of low-hanging fruit.
Yeah. Andy Crouppen in with us talking it over here on TMA. Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor online at brownandcrouppen.com. Always enjoy the conversation. Andy, thank you so much for this. No. It's always directed toward us, actually.
That's right. It's you guys. It's your fault.
Yeah, thank you.
It's Tim's fault.
Doug, you want to tell us about the phone lines? Collier and Thompson sponsorship.
Well, yeah, if you like to get your kitchen fixed up, and who wouldn't? If you've got a kitchen that's, hadn't been updated since the 90s. That's where I am right now at home. A kitchen, new house in the 90s, and I'm looking around and thinking, this is okay. And then I go into a place like Collier and Thompson and look around at some of the kitchen displays they have, and I go, wait a minute, we've fallen behind. Collier and Thompson can do it, and they can do it better than anybody in town. They are your go-to source for every design consideration. They carry the best cabinets, appliances, countertops in the business, you name it. And they can do not just kitchens, but also bathrooms. They can redo your basement, wine room, man caves, bars, accent room, fireplace walls, offices, you name it. They have done it, and they can do it for you and make your home look like a showplace. You ought to go to their website, look at some of the before and after pictures, and see some of the incredible work that they have done on homes around St. Louis. Their workers are all insured. They've got an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau, just a top-notch company, and they do fantastic work, and they will make your home look exactly like you'd want to see it. Collier & Thompson is on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
All right, surprise guest on the Collier & Thompson phone lines coming up next. This is rated an 8.5.
Big surprise. We're running behind.
Yes.
It is not Olaf Melberg, who is now officially the head coach of City SC, but it's not Olaf
It is
Melberg.
not. Just in case you were thinking it might be, it is not. All right, we'll find out who the surprise guest is next. Andy, thank you for coming in as always.
Thank you, Andy.
This is TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Michael's Flooring has been family and locally owned over 30 years. Michael takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and make a great living. And that's why he is offering carpet installers $7 a square yard in compensation. $7 a square yard. His passion's flooring. And when you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. That's why, again, he is making sure he gets the best installers and giving them $7 a square yard, which is awesome in this industry. They have it all, but carpet is awesome and back, and they have so many varieties of all flooring. 3 easy locations to get to you in St. Louis, Creve Coeur, Garden Prairie, and St. Peters. Holidays are coming up, and if you want to show off the house, there is no better way than getting floored at Michael's. If you're interested in the $7 a square yard compensation as a carpet installer, make sure you go to igotfloored.com. Come see why people are loving getting floored by Michael, and make sure you visit igotfloored.com.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Knicks defeat the Nuggets last night, 145-118. Jefferson City High School native OG Anunoby with 40 points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
Surprise, surprise, surprise. Now what, if anything, that ball contains, we don't know. This is an adventure you and I are going to be taking together.
You've got a big surprise coming to you.
All right, the goal here is to get some folks on the show that you're not expecting. Doug and Tim are unaware of who the guest might be.
That's right.
Could be a callback. Sometimes you guys mention names and I scribble
There's
them.
complaints about ruining the surprise.
That's my bad.
What did you do now?
Tweet went out, so if you guys didn't see the tweet, then mission still accomplished. But yes, I'm sure
the surprise guest was.
Oh my God!
Stuff happens, you know. Stuff happens.
Oh, Jackson!
It's not a big deal.
I worked months and months on this stuff, and then
our alliance.
And then I text the guest that we're running behind, and he said it's okay. I just woke up, and I thought, well, this is perfect for this show. Ladies and gentlemen, the surprise caller is on. Hi, caller. How are you?
How you guys doing? How's everybody doing there in St. Louis?
Doug, is that Bruce Springsteen?
I don't think it's Bruce Springsteen.
Is this a pig farmer?
Is it a pig farmer?
It could be a pig farmer. It could be a truck driver. It could be
left-handed reliever.
Yeah, I was about to say this sounds like the governor Steve Klein.
Steve Klein.
Yeah,
the governor Steve Klein. But it was tweeted out.
Oh my God, Jackson! What happened?
Why would you tweet that?
I fumbled. Okay, listen.
Okay.
Everyone has a
Well, let's
fumble.
get
So these scheduled tweets?
Yeah.
Scheduled tweets, Doug.
Wow. Kleiner. Well,
the Joe Rogan show?
No.
It's the Joe Rogan show.
It's
I thought you guys told me I was talking to Joe Rogan today.
Well, he's sick. He's out sick.
Where are you, Governor? Are you in Pennsylvania, I have to imagine.
Yeah, back in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, going to see my mom and dad. Yeah.
He's a college coach these days.
I knew that.
Yeah, how about that?
I follow him on the Twitter tweets, and I see him talking about recruits and the ball club. You enjoying being a college coach?
Yeah, it's way better than coaching for the Giants, so I'll take it.
And why is it better than coaching for the Giants?
Like coaching from a Zalac or something, about the same thing, you know? So.
Wow. You're about to become
you won't be getting a red jacket anytime soon.
I'll have the hitman come and get me or something, so, you know. But, no, it's great. I love it. We have fun. We just we get to coach baseball the way you want to coach it, and teach them the old ways of Dave Duncan and stuff, you know. So I'm having some fun doing it.
This is Indiana University of Pennsylvania. Is that where you are?
Yep, IUP. Yep.
IUP. Okay.
Isn't that where Signetti was?
Yep, Signetti was his dad's the football field's named after him.
How about that? I've been hearing a lot about the program here as of late because of Kurt Signetti at Indiana and his dad. I read a big article last week. It was a great article on ESPN.com about the family's history. And his dad was a legend there, right, Governor?
Yeah, his dad and his brother coached at Pitt, and they were here forever. And Jimmy Haslett is probably the most famous.
Yeah,
this is the cradle of coaches.
It is.
Well, the guy Frank, who was at Sirianni, is that his name? Yeah, he was a coach here at the IUP for a little bit, and then he went to the Eagles.
Nick Sirianni. Yeah.
Nick Sirianni.
Friend of Rich
School. Dan Orlovsky.
He went to Frank Reich. That's who he went with when he left here. He went to the Indianapolis Colts or whatever.
Oh, see, it's all that's what the surprise guest will do. It'll bring worlds together. Did you know that?
Yeah. How about that, Doug? You're being educated here.
Yes, first day of school, gentlemen.
McKernan, where you at? Are you at a bar right now drinking or what? What the hell are you on?
I haven't slept in 3 days, Governor. I've been at cocktail lounges and Sauget the last 3 days.
Geez, I don't blame you. I miss the old strip club I used to go to.
Oh, no. Not while you were playing, I hope.
Absolutely while he was playing. What else do you do in your 20s and a multimillionaire?
You go home and work out.
The hell you do. Maybe these guys do now, Governor. We would have never gotten away with the crap we did with the phones back in the day.
Oh, I would be in trouble. I'd be in trouble. But no, I mean, we took Miguel Cabrera over there one night. I left him at 7 in the morning. I said, I'm going to leave this kid out here. The son of a bitch hit 3 home runs the next day.
That's the secret for the Cardinals in 2025.
They don't have no fun, these kids. They just go home and drink their milk. Like Will Clark was saying, they drink their vitamin I milkshakes and stuff like that. So they went out and drinking up beer.
Do your players know that you played at a high level?
Yeah, sometimes they have to Google me, so it's great. But it's okay. They like how I yell at them a lot. I said, well, I'm used to Tony the Russa, so I said, you guys understand, getting yelled at is like normal for people.
Has a player ever given you the finger?
Probably behind my back a couple of times.
What would you do to him if you saw it?
No, I just laugh. I just think it's all passion. It's just emotion. So
yeah,
as long as you're not, rude about it, I guess.
Well, as much as you pitched, is there still anything left in your arm? Can you still throw batting practice all day or anything?
Well, I'm waiting to get invited back to the fantasy camp, so I can have 2 more years left of me, probably, my arm. So if I can get fantasy camp down there, and have some fun, beat up some old Cardinals legends, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Have you been uninvited? Did you used to go?
I think I got banned.
You got banned from Cardinal fantasy camp.
Breaking news here.
Yeah. What happened?
I don't know, something about being naked with a toothbrush in my butt. And I asked everybody if they saw I just wanted to find. I couldn't find my toothbrush. I just wanted to know if anybody could find it for me. So,
Doug, you played some ball. You ever run into that in a clubhouse?
Don't remember seeing that. Don't remember.
I think Kleiner might be a TMA texture.
Doug, just run, Doug, run.
I'd like to. If I could, I would.
What did you do for the Giants? Were you a roving instructor?
I was a pitching coach for, about 12 years, 13, 14 years in the minor leagues. Yeah,
the Augusta Green Jackets, right?
Green Jackets, the Sacramento whatever they're called, River Cup.
You're pretty locked in.
Richmond Flying Squirrels.
Richmond Flying Squirrels.
I did that. I was up in the bullpen. A little bit. I coached Zach Wheeler and Madison Bumgarner. So I was.
Oh wow!
Yeah, so I got to see that whole team come up through, and then win some World Series, and So I miss the Cardinals. I always miss the Cardinals.
Could you tell when you saw those guys that they were different than everybody else on the team? Is that something that you can spot right away?
Yeah, they were first-round picks. So
so you knew when they came in.
Well, I saw Zach Wheeler. I knew Bum was just a tough cookie. He was a young high school kid, but they're both high school kids. But they both had the qualities of that mean streak in them. I like the little mean streak that they have, but they were a bunch of country hillbillies, but they were tough, and they just they could handle themselves on and off the field really well for as young as they were.
How were you able to handle the transition of going from being treated first class with all these major league teams to going down to the minor leagues and having to deal with what a minor league team deals with?
I grew up in a small town, so I sound like Kamala Harris. I grew up in a small town.
Yeah.
I grew up and I had it didn't really bother me because every town's 3 times the size of wherever I'm at. So I love Augusta. I just like the kids. The kids really competed at the minor league levels. They go hard at it. And they don't know what the future is. They haven't been prisonized yet. Usually they still think they have a chance to make it to the big leagues. So, it's easy to coach them in A-ball. AA, AAA gets a little bit more complicated because guys been cut. They've been released from other teams, so they kind of understand the game in a different way. So you just have to deal with personalities, and that's one good thing I was always good at, is talking to people and having fun with them.
Did you get analytics shoved down you, like from up above? You're coaching in the minor league level, but the Giants are pretty advanced in that department. What reaches you when you're coaching at that level?
That's what I tell people. I had Brian Sabian, who absolutely loved the scouts, and he believed in scouting, would see with your eyes, work hard, all that stuff. And then we went from him to Forhan, and it went just flip-flop. I mean, I'm trying to teach a bunch of Latin kids that can't even read or write what spin rates are, and I'm like, they don't understand it. It's like we're trying to force stuff down people's throats that don't understand stuff about their spin rates. And I'm just not a big analytical guy. I think your eye is your best test. You guys see it on TV. You guys watch. You can see who the best players on the field are. It's like, you might get 1 or 2 guys that sneak out of the whole thing, but you're cutting guys because you think his spin rate's not great. But what's the size of the guy's balls? Is he ready to come and compete? Is he ready to play some? That's what you want. And once you get out there in front of people, I could put a piece of paper on the mound that doesn't throw the ball. You need to actually have human parts out there going and throwing it. And I just don't think. I think it just turned. Everybody got, it's something new, and everybody jumped on the bandwagon, and I think it just ruined baseball. Really, to tell you the truth. I mean, I listen to Will Clark and Eric Burns talk all the time about it, and just no one hits 300 no more. I mean, the best player in baseball right now is Soto. He reminds me of Albert Pujols 300 times. But if I was pitching, I wouldn't be afraid of Judd. I wouldn't be afraid of Stanton. Soto would give me a little bit more problems, but the other guys they swing and miss too much. It's just not fun to watch. There's no one stealing bases, and Ohtani. No one's even drilled Ohtani in the ribs yet. I'm like, will someone hit him?
Is that what you'd do? You'd hit him?
Yeah, I mean, I hit Ken Griffey Jr. I hit Barry Bonds. And sometimes you have to hit people just to let them think you're half nuts out there. But that was part of my game because I didn't throw real hard. So sometimes you had to use other ways of means of trying to intimidate or get in their head a little bit.
The governor, Steve Klein, former Cardinal reliever, the surprise guest here on TMA 101.
Well, it was kind of a surprise, except for all the listeners that got the alert.
Listeners got a chance to find out about it. Governor, we're getting texts from the listeners. Caller Buzz, Doug, one of your favorite Buzz?
Well, I don't know.
He says, what's Steve's best locker room prank? I love the butt stuff talk.
Oh, come on.
Governor, your favorite locker room prank? I recall you exposing yourself to me many times throughout my time in the clubhouse. And Doug, I know that's something you enjoyed as well.
I didn't enjoy that. I never got flashed.
It Is this going to get you in? I want to make sure I don't get you in trouble, but there's a thing called the interrogator.
The who?
Okay? The interrogator.
The interrogator. Now, try to stay within FCC regulations.
Right.
I don't know if you've ever seen Carlin's 7 Dirty Words. That's kind of your moral compass right now.
Right. So I was in the shower all by myself.
Oh, Doug.
That's how it's supposed to be.
And I start screaming profanities and all kinds of things. And the whole team comes running back to see what, like, they think I'm in a fight or something in the shower. Here I'm squeezing something and screaming at it, saying, "Where were you last night?" I was interrogating my personal reason.
Oh no!
So the whole team came back. They think I'm in a fight. And they're like, "What the hell's going on?" And then all of a sudden I'm there. I'm like, I'm interrogating it. I'm like, I just watched Black Hawk Down, so I was like smacking things around, like, hey, I thought it was a good thing. So I used to do stuff like that. I used to have some fun stuff like that.
Doug, you played the game. That's what goes on in the clubhouse.
Well, I never saw that particular routine. I would have remembered it.
Yeah.
Do you remember any teammates who witnessed that moment? Was this with the Cardinals? Was this with the Expos?
This was the Cardinals. No, this was with the Cardinals. We had so much fun. Probably Edmonds would know.
Text Edmonds. Do you remember the interrogator?
Interrogator, yeah.
Do managers ever get mad at you for doing stuff like that? Or did they ever even hear about it?
No, let's see. Russa was great. I mean, actually, he was fun to play for. He just let you play. Bochy was awesome. He would have fun with stuff. But, like Felipe, I didn't do much in front of Felipe because I was still young, and I figured I was afraid to get cut with the Expos, so I didn't do a lot of crazy stuff up there in front of him. But I learned through the years of all the sick guys that I hung out with, and you learn these bad traits, right, Doug? You know what I'm talking
Right,
about?
Doug. Right, Doug.
Didn't really have the same
Barry Bonds liked you, didn't he, when you were teammates?
Yeah. Barry was. He respected the guys who played the game. He wasn't really. He tried to intimidate you a little bit by saying something, and if you held your ground and pop back off, he loves you even more, and he loved Matt Morris. Matt Morris used to give him the most crap ever. And Barry would just get, it was fun to watch because Matheny would try to strangle him. Matheny would get straight mad and just want to beat the crap out of Barry, but Morris was always just messing with him. It was great. And so Barry, as a teammate, he was great. I didn't like how he treated fans. But I never lived in his shoes where, he's getting hounded the whole time every 5 seconds of the day. But I still, I think the fans are what makes baseball and makes every sport great. And they just keep pushing you further and further away from the game, with all these these big stadiums and nets are up. You can't even go to spring training and touch the people no more. You can't even talk to them. They're so far away, It's like as a little kid, that's what you dream of, going down and I got to go see Nolan Ryan throw and, Kirby Puckett drive a golf cart up and down the field. So I was like, wow, I want to do what they're doing. And that's, now the fans are just so far away, and I just think they're ruining our game a little bit.
But as a rule, probably better that you not touch people. Just as a general rule, I would say.
The fungus that I got from being on the interrogator in the shower, I didn't have my shower.
Interrogator. Call goes back to the interrogator.
To be the interrogator in the text.
I'm not going to do that.
So are you ruling out any chance? Maybe this interview will cement it. Any chance you want to coach at the big league level?
No. I mean, I'm done with pro ball. I mean, I love the guys up there. I have fun watching them play, but they're way smarter than me. And sometimes it's about just rolling up your sleeves and getting down to work and working hard. And it's just reading the players. You just got to be able to. I was told very simple. You got to be able to talk rich to the rich, poor to the poor, white to the white, black to the black, Latin to the Latin. You got to learn how to infiltrate. You got to become a chameleon. And I just don't think some of these coaches are really qualified to be in the big leagues, but they are. But I don't know. There's some say about playing this game. I still think you need to play a little bit to have a say in it. I don't. These kids. I mean, it's like going out in the war, not shooting a gun and then telling people what to do. It's kind of freaky. I'd rather have a guy who leads me that actually played the thing. But that's just me. It could be other people's styles and play. I don't care if you play in the minor leagues. I'm not saying you have to play in the big league level. It's as long as you played somewhere and you've done it. Like through college and probably the pro side. But a lot of these people nowadays don't even. They never had to scratch and crawl and feel that anger or the disappointments and the 50,000 people want to kill you after you blow a game, or your old radio buddy that wanted to shoot you after you blew a game or something like that. You know what I mean?
Carpe diem to this guy.
Doug, run, Doug, run.
Yeah,
run,
I'm trying
Doug,
to.
Run. That's my new avatar. Run, Doug, run.
Doug's just running to the interrogator. That's all he's doing. Governor, it's wonderful to catch up with you. Thank you so much for being the surprise guest today and for spreading the gospel of the interrogator here on ESPN.
The interrogator only works with the light, so you have to have the light on you back there. Remember that?
So, yeah, I would think that would help. Yeah.
Can't be in the dark back there in the shower.
And you got to scream at it. You got to scream. You got to be like, "Where were you last night? What were you doing?" Like all that kind of stuff.
Oh, there he is, Steve Klein, former Cardinal reliever. Thank you, Governor.
Thanks, guys. Have a great Thanksgiving.
Yeah, right back at you, brother. There
he wraps all that up with a Thanksgiving well wish. After all that, happy Thanksgiving.
I mean, that had to have either been the 2004 or 2005 Cardinals. You're talking about that's a 100-win team, a bunch of Hall of Famers on the team, and they run Klein's in there in an argument with his man love. Doug.
I just felt like
he was that story before from that 105-win club.
I'm not sure
we've heard about the MV3, but we've never heard about the interrogator.
Yeah, it's about time we told that story, unearthed that truth.
What a great surprise.
8.5.
8.5 is what it was rated.
Great
But was the surprise ruined by the tweet?
Yes, that's
it's on me.
I was
on
alluding
me.
to that sarcastically.
It's on me. It's on me. I'll
He
eat
seems like a guy you may have known in high school or college, just a fun-loving guy who somehow made it to the major leagues for 11 years and had a really good career.
Yep.
And just a normal guy as you'll ever meet.
Doesn't give a rip.
Couldn't care any less. So Miguel Cairo was at the strip bar till 7 in the morning, and then
Miguel Cabrera.
I thought Cabrera. I heard Cabrera.
Marlins, great.
And he had 3 home runs. Oh, I remember seeing him out and about. Yeah.
Saw him out and about.
Oh, absolutely. At Harry's. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He was.
Did Kleiner serve up one of the 3 homers? That's probably the better question.
I was about to say Miguel Cairo didn't strike me as.
I don't think he ever had a 3-home run game.
As a guy with a 3-home run game. Miguel Cabrera, that's absolutely on
Future
brand.
surprise guest, Miguel Cairo. You guys mentioned Klein so much, so I scribbled it down, and I'm like, here we go.
Yeah, the governor.
It's a great call.
That was outstanding. Email in. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. You can listen anytime you would like via our app. It's the TMA STL app, which you can download, and the 101 ESPN app, and you can podcast this program anytime you would like. It's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of our apps here at 101 ESPN, the TMA STL app, and the 101 ESPN app. The spelling of the name Schaefer, SCHAEFER, and that's SchaeferDoor.com. And you can call or text a number they've set up for TMA listeners, 636-782-3608. When that garage door spring breaks, it's going to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs, and they have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend as well. They service commercial doors too. So if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors, Schaefer is experienced in these types of jobs. It's Schaefer Door Company online at SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door, a Clopay master authorized dealer. So Robert Thomas had to reschedule, Jackson?
Yeah, he told me he had to push it. I don't know what the situation was, but he said he could not do today, unfortunately.
I was really looking forward to talking to him and getting his perspective on
Maybe
so hopefully we'll have him tomorrow.
The plan, I'm waiting on the text back.
Okay. John Kelly going to join us?
He's going to join us. He has to be moved up a little bit, so we'll do it this next segment, but the segment after that.
Tim, you should probably just get the notifications if you want to know who's on the show. That's probably just that way we'll all find out at the same time.
That is coming up here in the 10 o'clock hour. You're listening to TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
This holiday season, shopping for a new vehicle, maybe a pre-owned or a hybrid or an electric car. A lot of fun this time of year to get a holiday gift that is a new vehicle. We'll make sure you have the financing lined up for that new auto. Together Credit Union offering competitive interest rates, flexible terms, great deals that you can get by applying online. Pretty simple. Just go online to apply for that auto loan with Together Credit Union. No application fees. Complete the application online. Visit one of their 14 area Together Credit Union or stop by the dealership itself, because Together Credit Union has partnered with auto dealerships throughout the metro area to ensure you get the rate you deserve to help make that new vehicle affordable. What a great combination. A new vehicle this holiday season with a great affordable auto rate through our friends at Together Credit Union. Visit togethercu.org for full terms and details. Together Credit Union, federally insured by the NCUA. Make sure you get the best auto loans available. You can do that with Together Credit Union.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Curd, as Martin Kilcoyne has a thing at 10 o'clock, Doug, so he had to go tend to the thing.
Okay, I understand.
And Jackson Burkett. So who have we had on the program here today? Bob Wallace in studio in the 8 o'clock hour.
Andy Crouppen.
And the governor, Steve Klein, former Cardinal reliever, with us as the surprise guest. John Kelly is going to join us coming up on the evening that was in New York City at Madison Square Garden. I'm anxious to get his perspective on what we've seen over the last 48 hours with the Blues and the differences he saw in last night's performance versus the previous number of games here in St. Louis, with the Blues getting outscored 17-4. Lou Korek with that stat that Martin quoted in the third period. And last night they outscored the Rangers 3-0. I don't know. It was a fun game to watch. I was thinking that even when it was 2-2 going into the third period. And then for them to play the way that they did and get the win gives people a little kick in the backside going into tomorrow night. Should have some energy in the building on a 4-day weekend for the Saturday night game against the Flyers before they head out on the Western Canadian road trip. So John Kelly coming up here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today coming your way at 10:45. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Jackson, what's the standings here? Because there's only today and tomorrow for the month of November. And then you got to get in the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month category. Go to TMASTL.com to sign up to be the Milagro Tequila Listener of the Month. What are the standings, sir?
JV golf coach with an outstanding email yesterday takes a one-goal lead over Bucks Swope, 7-6.
Okay.
This is the last month for people to get in the Listener of the Year race, right?
That's right. DJ Patty Cake's not happy, saying we couldn't get Monty on today. Question mark?
Didn't effort them, to be honest with you.
Doug?
Figured he was busy. We got John Kelly. What do you want?
That's right. He was probably busy.
Yeah.
He probably was.
He's blue
Mark Milton's
collar.
busy. He's handling things at STLTaxLawyer.com.
Well, he's busy. If you weren't busy taking care of your tax issues earlier, maybe you forgot to or just didn't want to file your income taxes. He says you'd be surprised how many people just don't file their income taxes and thinking they'll never get caught and nothing will ever happen. And then a couple years down the road, you get that call from the godforsaken tax man, and now you've got problems. So if you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, you could be facing an IRS criminal investigation. It gets really serious if you don't take care of this stuff. If so, contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at STLTaxLawyer.com. Mark Milton and STLTaxLawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, D.C., where he represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country and even received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. This guy is top shelf. He now helps individuals and small businesses solve their tax problems. So if you have IRS problems, this is the guy you need to know. His name is Mark Milton, and he is at STLTaxLawyer.com, and you'll be saying, hey, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty.
John Kelly coming up on the other side of the break. This is TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt standing in for Martin Kilcoyne, who had a thing at 10 o'clock. And it is our pleasure to welcome the Callier and Thompson phone lines from the Blues broadcast team, John Kelly. Good morning, JK.
Hey, Tim, how are you today?
I am wonderful. I thought that last night, number one, I really enjoyed your call last night with Jamie Rivers. And number two, I feel like there is a kick in the backside for Blues fans after watching that last night because it was a fun game to watch, energy throughout, 43 shots on goal, and then the third period performance that had been lacking over the last 9 games. It had it all, including some scrap there at the end, and you had Rempe going all over the place. I mean, it kind of had it all. So you go, okay, and that's Jim Montgomery's first game. People are back on board and fired up. You are in New York. You're with the team. What is your read? What is your sense?
Well, I mean, everything you said to me is on the mark. And, they played with renewed energy, as you'd expect. Anytime you get a coaching change, you're going to get a huge bump. And, they beat a good team last night. The Rangers coming in were 12-6-1. And, in talking to Jim Montgomery before the game, he wants to build these players up and get them more enthused and things like that. And, when you're losing, obviously, it's not just all on the coach. It's on the entire team, and it's not fun. So you got to be positive. And I like what Jim said after the game about sticking up for each other at the end of the second period when, Hofer came down the ice and he and Shesterkin had words, and then sticking up for the teammates when Rempe, laid out a couple of questionable hits. So all in all, it was a fantastic effort by the Blues. And I hope it continues. I'm sure it will. They're not going to win 5-2 every night. We know that. But it was a very impressive victory.
And Joel Hofer played well. You think we might see a little bit more of him going forward?
Yeah, I think so. I think that, one of the things with Drew Bannister and, his goaltending carousel, but the way he used his goaltenders is that, the Blues weren't winning a lot of games, as we know. So, the natural inclination is to go with your number one guy. But, the facts are Hofer, since his last win until last night on October 19th, had played in only 3 games. So that's over a month and only 3 games. So I think that they probably played Binnington a little bit too much. And I think in talking to the coaches and, Davey Alexander, the goaltending coach, I think they would like to get Hofer in more games and not, have him sit like he did. That's just a guess. But he's a good goaltender. He won his first 3 games this year. Had a really good year last year. So I think we will see a bit more of Joel Hofer moving forward.
Jim Montgomery hired and gets a 5-year deal, and we immediately see the team looking different. That's certainly something that is exciting for Blues fans. I think, moreover, people were on board with it, JK, but feeling badly for Drew Bannister. But when it gets down to it, I think that at the core of the move is you got a guy who you can get who's going to improve your organization, and you do it. And unfortunately, you're going to have things like Drew Bannister losing his job on the short end of it. Robert Thomas went out of his way to make comments at the outset of his media session yesterday about it. You get to see this from both sides of it, both as a broadcaster and then behind the scenes. What is your observation on all that has taken place over the last 48 hours with the Blues, Bannister, Montgomery, and this roster?
Well, again, I think you're right. And when you get a coach of Montgomery's caliber, you can't wait around. I think he would have been hired by another club within a week or 2.
Really? Really? Wow, okay.
I really do. He's that good a coach.
Yeah.
I mean, he coached Boston 2 years ago. They won over 60. They set an NHL record with wins and points a couple of years ago. Last year Boston got into the playoffs. I think they had 109 points. And remember, a lot of key players had retired from the Bruins a few years ago, including, Bergeron and Chara and Krejci. I mean, he did a really good job. And it's also no coincidence that since Montgomery left, the Blues numbers have been down. I mean, his last year as an assistant coach, they had, I think, 109 points. So it's not all on Jim. Believe me, he was the assistant coach, not taking anything away from Berube or the players. But this guy is a really good motivator, and he really connects with young players. And, in talking to Robert Thomas about him, he really likes him. And the young guys, I think, can connect. And I don't think it's a coincidence that last night Bolduc had his best game of his career by a mile, 2 goals on 7 shots. So, I think for the Blues right now, where they are in their evolution, I know they have some veteran players like Shen and obviously Suter and Parayko and Falk. But the core of this team really is the younger group, and they've got a lot more younger players coming, Tim, as we know. So I think that he is the right coach at the right time because I think he really does connect so well with young players.
And first off, I reacted like that because I didn't know if there was another organization coming after him, and that is why he got the deal that he got from the Blues. It doesn't surprise me that other organizations would be interested, and I think that probably played a big role in the Blues making sure that they got him and gave him the deal that he got. And then secondly, something you brought up, which I was just about to ask, Zach Bolduc. I mean, hey, they won the game. That's awesome. But if you can also see in correlation, John, the team seeing these young players start to develop, that is where the home run comes from. And to see that in the first game from Bolduc, you and Jamie Rivers asked him about it. What was the difference last night? And he talked about, he met with Montgomery, said, skate with confidence, play your game. And he said for him that confidence matters. And then you see him have those shots on goal, nearly a hat trick. For you guys, what did you see in a difference last night for Bolduc? Because that could be a big, big part of this team's story if he can get it going.
Yeah, I get it. It's the future of the team is players like Bolduc, and even Thomas and Cairo are relatively young players. So what did I see differently? Bolduc's he battles hard every night. I really like his battle in the corners and things like that. But, he was averaging about a shot a game through his first whatever games he played, 15 games this year. He hasn't played every game. And last night he had 7 shots. So, he had more confidence with the puck, and he was making plays. And, he led the club with 7 shots on goal, as I said. So what I saw was a more confident player. And, for some players, a coaching change does that. I don't know why, but it does. And he played his best game, as I said, as an NHLer. So it's fantastic to see. I mean, the Blues need Bolduc to score goals. He had 5 goals last year at the end of the season. He's got a really good shot. So if he's only going to get a shot a game, then that's just not good enough because he's got such a good shot. And you can say that about other players. As Doug Armstrong said the other day, regarding the Blues' lack of goal scoring this year, he said sometimes they try to pass the puck into the net. And it was a great line. This team, for the most part this year, a lot of nights overpasses. And I don't know why. To me, when you're not scoring, you think you do the opposite, right? But sometimes you just don't have the confidence, and you try to make the perfect play, the next play, and it's not there. And I was thrilled to see them get 43 shots on goal last night because they need to shoot the puck more, and they did last night.
How long do you think a bump from a new coach can last for a team? I guess it's possible it lasts for the rest of the season, huh?
Well, in 2019, it lasted for a long time, didn't it?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's obviously not all on the coach, positively or negatively regarding Bannister and now Montgomery. It's really up to the players. But I think that, as I said, he's a coach that really connects well with younger players. And, the Blues need that right now. And they had lost confidence. They weren't winning a lot of games. As Tim mentioned, the record in the third period in the last 8 games prior to last night was not good. They had been outscored 15-3. So they had a lot of winnable games and didn't get points in most of those games. And I think a big reason why was they were a little bit too conservative because they didn't have the confidence. So now hopefully with Monty coming in, they'll win more games, score more goals, and hopefully the confidence will build. And as you said, Doug, I don't know how long it's going to last, but hopefully it can last a long time here.
And, John, it is something that I know fans went to bed last night pretty excited who watched that game because, again, 43 shots. You beat a very good team on the road. And then you hear Jen Montgomery, whether it be yesterday morning or after the game, talking about blue collar, talking about it matching up with the city's personality. And Doug, you said it in the previous hour. It just feels like a fit. And if you see it translate to the ice, that's how you get people back on board. When you feel an organization's not just settling, they're trying to do what they can, not just in the short term to be competitive, but also to develop these young players. I just think it's been a really good 48 hours for the organization. And if that makes me sound like a rights holder, I don't care. I don't hold any rights. I just think it's a positive move.
No, I agree. And, not to sound like a rights holder, which I guess I am, but he gets it. He does get it. He played here. He coached here. His wife is from St. Louis. Yep. So he understands, what Blues fans want. They want a blue-collar team. And, over the years, who have been the most popular players on the Blues? You're going back to the 80s, the Brian Sutters and then the Bobby Bassins. And, they loved Pat Maroon when he was here for that year, the Cup year. So they want that kind of play, and they also want to see them win games and play with enthusiasm. So, as I said, Jim gets it. And I think fans really enjoyed his comments yesterday morning and after the game. I think he was spot on.
And I love that you weaved a St. Joan of Arc mention in last night with Richie Jankowski and Jim's wife, Emily Pixley. I know her sister, Sarah, and that's now Emily Montgomery. Anytime a St. Joan of Arc reference can be made on the broadcast, Doug, it's a win. I just like a St. Gabriel reference tomorrow night in New Jersey. That's all I'm asking for.
That was your rivals, wasn't it?
Yeah, but it's still the South Side District. And,
okay.
And, high tide lifts all boats.
Well, they're no Parkway North.
The Vikings. John, appreciate it. We know you guys are heading out on the bus, so thanks for making time for us this morning, and we appreciate it as always.
All right, Tim. Thanks for having me. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, sounds good. That's John Kelly with us here on the program. And, St. Joan of Arc, Doug, that was lovely to hear them brought up, I think, in the third period of last night's broadcast. I don't think that was necessarily expected if you had the bingo card out. Design Air is the sponsor of our email today, online at designair.com. That's Seth Goldcamp. Doug and I are clients. Martin's a client as well. They are the longest-running sponsor on TMA. That's Seth Goldcamp, fourth generation. And his great-grandfather started the business, and now he practices the same thing that his grandfather and father preached, and that is we don't upsell our customers, we fix it. And while it looks like it is going to be mighty cold over the next week or so, you want to get that heating system taken care of, work with Seth Goldcamp and his team at designair.com. Doug, beware, I see a 45% chance of snow on Saturday. I see a 45% chance. Missouri and Arkansas are going to be battling the snow down at Faurot Field, possibly, on Saturday. A high of 29 on Sunday.
No.
A low of 15 on Monday.
It's getting serious.
Yeah. Designair.com is where you got to go. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at designair.com. Jackson, you've been wanting to play this audio throughout the show, and I saw you altering the dossier as we went. Dan Hurley, a Banty rooster.
I don't have audio on it, but I want to have a discussion about.
Oh,
we wanted audio. We wanted
I can get
badly.
well, it's not that interesting. It's him just like BSing his way through an answer of him blowing the game.
I think Dan Hurley being unlikable might be one of the things college basketball needs. He's got the two-time defending champ. They need a villain.
Yeah, and he's easy to be a villain.
Yeah, this is something else. So, all right, fair enough. Doug, you will not get audio, but you will get Jackson's discussion.
Okay, so
not much good audio.
We really have no.
I can play his post game. I can play his post game presser. It's like a minute-long clip.
Well, could we play just like 15 seconds of it or so? 10, 15?
I guess.
You don't mind an awkward out cue anyway.
Sure. That's kind of my brand.
It is your brand. Jackson Burkett. Oh, that's the guy with the awkward out cues when he edits. Yeah, that's my
and
guy.
that's all they say about me, which I'll take.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Sunny day in Sula, and I'm feeling like a beer.
How about this, Doug? What do you got going on?
Just down the road, I know I'll get
These are the fellas that came into the jam.
my drink with a friendly smile, a perfect
It's nice little return music.
It's the heartbeat of good old St. Louis.
How about that?
It's St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis, St. Louis.
Get that right in these microphones that we're using right now.
Right, same mics. Yeah.
101 ESPN. The show is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, and for Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Jackson, you've been sitting on this one for 3 hours and 28 minutes, and you've wanted this. This is the star of your dossier today, I feel like, because Dan Hurley of UConn fell to his knees and got teed up yesterday as Missouri's nemesis, Memphis. Missouri had a big lead on Memphis.
14-point lead.
And then wound up losing. And, boy, what a dispiriting second half that was when they opened up their season. But Memphis went and beat the number 2 team in the country yesterday in the Maui Invitational. And Memphis is 5-0 on the season now.
Yep, they're really good.
But listen, I know where college basketball is in the pecking order, in particular at this point of the season. But that's where Dan Hurley comes into play, the head coach of the 2-time defending national champion UConn Huskies. And Jackson, are you a fan? What do you got here?
General, it's tough to be like a guy who's won back-to-back titles. His offense is unbelievable. Like, he's a great coach, but there's times where he's so intense on the sidelines that he becomes the show.
Mm-hmm.
He becomes, it's all about
that's
me.
what he wants.
And when you get a technical foul for screaming at the officials in a tie game where you're down 2 in overtime against a really good team, and I get it's the Maui Invitational earlier in the year, it doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really matter. But that's just like a microcosm of what could happen in a much bigger situation.
That he can't control his emotions?
It's ridiculous. I don't care if it's the worst foul call you've ever seen. You're an adult man. You have to be able to control your emotions just a little bit to not get teed up. Mm-hmm. And the team lost by 2 points. Where can you take away 2 points from? We talk about in golf. Where can you eliminate bad strokes? Where can you eliminate 2 bad points? Probably the technical foul you got in overtime for an over-the-back call. Get over it. It's not even a shooting foul.
This really bothers you, doesn't it?
I just don't like, it doesn't really bother me.
I'll tell you what bothers Doug more is that these guys go coach in Maui and they dress up like they're going to a luau.
Well,
that's always
right.
And sometimes it's just as simple as untucking their shirt.
Right.
and that's
so Dan Hurley was teed up yesterday in overtime, down 2 points, not wearing a suit, but yet wearing something like he was going to a pig roast on the Big Island.
I don't know if that's a Hawaiian shirt or a Guayabara shirt that's big in Cuba. Something like that.
It always goes back to what the players and the coaches are wearing for you.
I mean, dude, he's literally being restrained by an assistant coach.
Yeah.
We are playing in Maui. It's an invitational tournament.
So if you would have been playing in downtown St. Louis, you would have been like, okay, that's the brand.
If this was March and it was a Big East big game, I would maybe be like, all right, well, the stakes are pretty high. This is a Maui invitational, but it's against a really good team. Like, Memphis is a good team. They'll probably be a
Maybe
tournament
you
team.
wanted to go undefeated.
You never know, but either way, you're back-to-back defending champion.
Mm-hmm. We're talking about the National Butt Lick Association again.
No,
Come on.
College basketball.
College.
I thought that was what you guys liked.
No, what do you say? You guys, me and Doug?
No, not you guys. Those guys.
It's kind of a surprise that a guy so emotionally unhinged and unable to control himself could reach to the top level of college basketball, because he's right at the top.
No, I would say he's the tippy top now that Calipari has made the move to Woo Pig. I think he's him or Izzo, and I just don't get the craziness on the side. I get being intense. We've seen Bobby Knight, many coaches be super intense on the sidelines. But when it's costing your team's games, I mean, obviously you can chalk up a lot of 2 points across the game to not helping your team. But when you do that in overtime, it's just so look at me.
Yeah,
it's like Sean McVay having to be held back by his assistant coach from going at this ref on over the back call. It wasn't even a shooting foul.
Is Libby Jack calling out a college coach for not being an adult when he yells at the refs during his pickup games?
Oh, you don't.
See if you can spot. See if you can spot the difference. I also never get teed up.
But you yell at the referees?
I don't yell at them. I ask questions.
Some poor guy trying to earn another $10.
I don't yell at them.
Well, those guys are making $15, $20 a game. Somebody's got to hold them accountable.
Thank you, Chairman.
All I'm saying is if I go up and I get hit on the arm and they call it on one end and not on the other, I'm going to make a point.
But
I'm not yelling at them.
You'd have no game at all if these guys didn't come out and officiate. You couldn't even play.
Call your own fouls.
I feel like it'd be hard to get all worked up in a Guayabara shirt. Just yields happiness.
It does.
LOL, Jackson talking about adult males. Maybe the refs shouldn't be teeing people up in big parts of the game. That's from the
nonsense. That's not. You have to control. You have to control chaos as a ref. And watch Dan Hurley the entire time. He should have been teed up like 30 seconds before that happened. He was like he was irate, like going crazy. I
find myself rooting against him just because of him.
And you know what? Tim brought it up in the break. College basketball needs a villain. Like, I think villains are good in all sports. Like, no matter what.
I think it'd be good for baseball if the Dodgers became like the evil empire of the Yankees.
Yeah,
I want to see somebody take them down.
I think the Chiefs are a little bit that in the NFL. Like, I think having villains, especially ones who have back-to-back titles like UConn, it's a good thing. And Dan Hurley's a great face for that because, antics like that's craziness.
But everybody likes to watch a train wreck. It doesn't mean it's a good thing.
Well, a train wreck is different. Like, he's like the
What message is being sent around the country that one of the top coaches in college basketball can act like just a petulant child?
Yeah, I agree.
When things don't go his way.
Agreed.
I don't think that's a good thing.
Jeff says Jackson is grifting.
Yeah, I saw that. You're getting accused of grifting in here.
Someone will need to explain, Jeff or whoever, on how I'm grifting. This is just my opinion.
Jeff,
I'm not making any money.
Chairman Kurt will put you on 314-974-0101 Collier and Thompson phone lines. An accusation of grifting, Doug, is serious charge.
Doug, you did some coaching. You ever been tossed out of a game at any level? Not once?
No.
And you were known as the Wizard of Crestwood at St. Kitty's?
I coached a little bit of like high school summer ball when I was fresh out of college.
Yeah.
And I had a run where we had I think I got thrown out of 3 out of the first 6 games one Slava season.
Oh. Why?
It was a look in the mirror moment. I was fiery out of college.
Was this baseball?
Yeah.
You were like arguing balls and strikes?
You're like Earl Weaver?
Call them both ways, Blue.
You don't typically argue balls and strikes, but a mismanaged balk call, maybe I got a little worked up about.
I still,
three times?
So go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, please.
I've watched baseball now my entire life. I still really don't know what a balk is and what it is.
Can't flinch. You got to come set.
Yeah, I see. But there's a bunch of. It's like seems like just whatever the ump feels like. If it's a balk or not, I never know. I wouldn't be much of a. I would never get thrown out of a baseball game. Now, basketball games, I could definitely see myself getting tossed from.
Gosh,
but I don't coach.
Self-control.
I don't coach
Just a little bit.
I don't coach UConn, and I don't do it in overtime of an important game against Memphis.
Well, when the Jefferson County Barnstormers got together with the Johnny Mac Thunder, all bets were off.
Oh, really? Those two teams just didn't like each other.
Yeah, scrap metal.
Throw the record books out the window.
Turn that idiot's mic off. It's bad enough I have to hear Memphis Grizzlies game recaps during the break. Now I have to hear about some lame-ass whiny coach in Connecticut. Just stop now. Interrogate yourself, virgin. That's from the Warson Woods wacko.
I don't care about what he says, but regardless, I am the one who turns on and off the mic, so sorry. You have to deal with it.
It's kind of a power play on your part.
You got 6 minutes of college basketball talk. I don't know how you'll recover.
Doc, it's such a shame when we see it really get away.
And this is all Hurley's fault. We wouldn't have gone there for
Meanwhile, friend Josh Schurz got a W yesterday. Robbie Avila back. Chaffetz Arena debut.
Quinnipiac.
Defeating Quinnipiac.
I cringe now every time Avila jumps or drives the lane or something for fear he's going to get hurt again.
We got to get him in the high tops.
I think Josh Schurz is going to be in not next week, but the following week again.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Love talking over with him.
Yeah, so that'll be good to talk it over with him here on the program. Send your emails in. We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up about 10:45. Buck Swope and JV Golf Coach battling it out down the stretch. You can compete with the greats. Email into the program. Anything is welcome. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, loyal sponsor on both TMA and the Tim McKernan Show podcast. And you can send in questions or comments for that at T McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Anything is welcome there. And you can use profanity there. Hell, it's encouraged.
Oh, really?
Team McKernan at InsideSTL.com. James Carlton's online at carltoninsurance.net. He presents Gabe DeArmond on Mondays and Fridays here on TMA. He's my insurance agent, so I can speak to the customer service I get from James and his team firsthand, and I am so happy I made the switch 5 years ago. It's James Carlton, carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA on 101 ESPN. Hey, this is Tim McKernan for Aesthetic Design and Build. They've been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. And I got to meet Dan and his team at their showroom in Chesterfield Valley, and they walked me through all the different types of custom work that they are able to do, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. That's why they came to my home, and we took a look at what the options were. The best thing is they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmick discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do at Aesthetic Design and Build, what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. Call them at 636-532-5008 or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com. That's aestheticdesignandbuild.com, and let them know I sent you their way.
This is Action Jackson with a Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues win last night, first game of the Jim Montgomery era for the Blues, 5-2 over the New York Rangers. No game tonight, but they will be taking on the Devils tomorrow night. You can catch that game right here on the home of the Blues. Pregame starts at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. But if you're looking for some sports action tonight on 101 ESPN, don't worry, because the Heat take on the Bucks. Fear the Deer tonight, right? It's pregame at 6 p.m., tip-off at 6:30. That was another Sports Center update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. You kidding me?
Welcome back. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. And you're welcome to partake in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, which is coming your way momentarily. Jackson's coming off the Dan, what is now known. There might be a 30 for 30 on the Dan Early segment.
Oh, they're not happy with the segment?
What? God, this is a complete waste of a segment. Nothing says from the 314 from Big Tuft. Nothing says St. Louis sports talk like Connecticut basketball.
Yeah, keep crying.
Gosh.
That's what I say.
You can't win.
No, what the hell? We talked about it for 6 minutes at 10:30.
But you demanded that it be shoehorned in the program.
Yeah, eventually.
Scott's wrinkled ball sack writes in, my wife was thrown out of a 6th grade basketball game this year, received 4 consecutive technicals for asking for a timeout and telling the referee to do his job. Quick hook and was shown the door. Fun time.
Yeah.
Some Scott's wrinkled ball sack.
It is frustrating when you keep asking for a timeout and the ref doesn't honor you. It's like, come on, give me 30. I just need 30. I don't need a full. I just need 30.
How can he not honor you? Could he not hear you or see you? Or
yeah, there's times. Just sometimes you fall asleep at the wheel.
Tim, that was erroneous on all accounts. We actively get patronized by this Ledoux-loving basketball fiend, and we're supposed to enjoy it? Stop it!
Oh,
basketball's like super popular. Like I don't know what rock people are living under, but they play basketball in the winter, and most people watch it.
Now you're starting to get angry with us.
It did lose out to the MLS in that poll we had on the Twitter tweets a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, people were lying there. People thought there was like, oh, well, St. Louis City, I'm more interested in them, so I'm going to answer that. That wasn't the question. It was MLS or NBA. Most of these people can't even name every MLS franchise.
Doug, could you name every NBA?
No, I don't want to be asked that question.
Yeah, exactly. And people answer.
I enjoyed the Segi. We need more college b-ball talk on the presentation. That's from Kwame Voyukas IV.
SLU basketball fan. He knows the deal.
Let's see. I didn't particularly care for the segment, but F the haters, Jackson. How about that?
I appreciate it. We weren't really asking for like a review of the 10 o'clock hour.
But you're getting it.
Yeah, yes.
We want more sports, and we want less sports simultaneously.
Right.
Just give us what we want.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. That's the best text I've ever heard. That's the one. If I had time passengers up, if I was good at my job, I would play it right now, but I don't because I'm not.
For the purpose of clarity, it's tougher to play drops on 101.
Yes and no. Well, it's tougher when I'm Projo answer.
We want more sports. We want less sports simultaneously.
Yes and no. It's a little physically further away from me, but when I'm talking, it's tough for me to stop what I'm doing, turn, pull it up. You get it.
Doug, you understand?
Maybe you need a headset mic instead of this stationary mic that doesn't move with you.
Oh, like a Britney Spears mic?
Yeah.
I think that'd be good. That'd be nice.
Yeah,
I'd like that.
It'd work probably for all of us.
Yeah.
Your job's based off reviews, asshat. No, it's your job's based off our reviews. That's from the 314.
Wrong.
Do you enjoy being called asshat?
That's fine. I've been called worse.
Do you?
That off.
Okay.
Doug, you want to tell us about Schaefer Dory Company? I think you do.
Yeah, you can call them anytime.
Yeah,
they don't
Jason
care what you call
not
them.
going to yell at you about UConn.
No, they don't care what you call them. Just call them if you have a garage door problem. It is the largest working part in your home. Sometimes things are going to go wrong with it, and when it does, the name that comes to mind should be Schaefer Door. That's SCHAEFER, Schaefer Door. They like to spell it because there's some other businesses out there named Schaefer, but with different spelling. So here it is again.
Yeah.
SCHAEFER. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and they are versatile. I've had Schaefer Door out to my house a couple times. Thought I might need a whole new door. I was about 30 years old. Nope, I just needed a strut, and they got me taken care of. Just lickety-split. Now my garage door works absolutely fine. If you have a problem on a Monday morning, they have a special Monday morning standby services for those doors that break over the weekend. No door is too big for them. They handle those giant warehouse doors all the time. Schaefer's experience in those types of jobs as well. The service techs are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to upsell you anything. They just want your garage door to get working again, and they want you to remember their name when you have an issue. So go to SchaeferDoor.com and call them or text 636-782-3608. And Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
Do you want to support the EDF Group as a sponsor of TMA? It's real simple. Do you have a fire extinguisher where you work? The answer is yes, you certainly do. So please email the EDF Group at fire@theedfgroup.com so a technician can come out and explain to your team how the EDF Group can save your company money. Again, that email address is fire@theedfgroup.com. The EDF Group is hot and will prevent your facility from having hot fires. Experience the EDF Group difference. Learn more at theedfgroup.com. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email the day next here on TMA 101 ESPN. Welcome back. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Munganess, St. Louis Acura, Munganess, Burkhardt, Alton, Toyota. 10 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you on the program. Chairman Kurt sits in for Martin Kilcoyne in the 10 o'clock hour. Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos, advancing his basketball grooming. Is that what it's called?
I guess this is, people didn't know that the sport existed, really. That's what it seems like to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. Jackson, we got a two-man race. What do we got?
Am I reading the emails today?
No, I am, but with the standings.
You want the standings is what you were looking for.
That's
yes.
right,
JV golf. Well, I read them yesterday. JV golf coach 7, Buck Swope 6.
Thank you. Did you just say I read them yesterday?
Well, I thought
snippy. Yeah, a little snippy right there.
I was saying I thought he was leading to me to read the emails because I read them yesterday.
I thought you meant I read the standings yesterday, and it's like once I've done it once in a week.
No. People cycle on, and they cycle off.
That's exactly right. All right, so we have a 1-goal lead for the JV golf coach with 7 wins this month. Buck Swope has 6. Wouldn't it be fun, Doug, if we had a one-game playoff tomorrow. Bucks Hope wins. That's what we'll have.
Good times. Yeah.
And Young, what a great Sports Center update. Thanks for that, Pringle.
You bet.
It's signed #1 Asian intern Brian Henshin, but Doug knows him better by his YouTube personality, ASMR Ting Ting 102.5. She/them are whispering all your favorite Christmas songs with sporadic updates on UConn men's basketball and NBA games. Hey, while you're there, sign up for my bi-weekly Colts newsletter, wherein I whisper vague updates on the NFL team formerly of Baltimore. Subscribe now, tickle that bell for notifications, and drop me 5 likes, and you'll be entered to win a couple meatballs from the Pasta House. Email me, Kilcoyne, at the 2 Fox, and he'll hook you up for a couple extra entries.
Brian Henshin.
Hi, gentlemen. So much to be thankful for this year. Welcome home, Martin. Big Al from the morning show. Doug, that full, lush head of hair is definitely something to be thankful for. Jackson, our pale, sweet prince, who somehow has lighter hair than skin.
It's true.
And Tim. Tim. What can we say without sending a 10-page email about Tim? Perfection personified. Looking ahead to the next holiday, all I want for Christmas is for someone to play more than 3 damn drums per show!
Oh.
Jesus! That's from Jackson's Drop Auditor.
Oh, great.
Jackson's Drop Auditor.
Add that to the list
of all the things to be mad about in the world. Can you imagine being mad because some radio station doesn't play a half-second drop?
Like, when was I supposed to shoehorn one of those in there? With Bob Wallace in here, give him a Frank drop? Come on.
He probably would have enjoyed it.
It would have been weird.
Write this down and underline it twice. Tim was awe-inspiring today, to the point where he ignited me to want to be not only a better emailer, but also a better person.
Oh, God.
It's nice, though.
Here come the lemmings.
This email is about the first time I saw a guy dunk his donuts in on another guy. Doug, it says in on another guy.
Kramer is this guy's enemy.
How did it get through? How did it get through the censors?
Chairman Kurt, how did it get?
Jackson?
I like that your phone screening process just involves heavy breathing. I'm really into that.
I don't know where that narrative came from.
I think Buzz. I think caller Buzz said
I
that.
like Buzz, but that's just false.
November 28th, 1991. We were all at my Uncle Ronnie's house when up came driving my other Uncle Bart in his 18-wheeler. Peterbilt sleeper cab. There's just periods throughout this email.
It's so bad. I had to read it yesterday. It was impossible.
He had timed his trip to make it for Thanksgiving. After dessert, Bert was moaning and groaning about his bad back after the first leg of his cross-country trip. My buddy Butchie was enrolled in an advanced manual therapy concepts for the spine trade school. They have trade schools for that?
I don't think so.
So we offered to help rather quickly. Period again. Bart was loose as a goose from the neck down. Period. Butchie said, period, take off that whole Hawaiian shirt, flip all over, and get your naked body on its back. You still need an adjustment. Your jawbone's out of whack. With that, he gave him the Lipton treatment. Teabagging him for 10 minutes, which he must have been pretty sweet because Bart broke out with an acne-covered face in seconds. That's from Sid. Then he has a middle name of Ann, and then Manos is the last name.
Sid.
He always nails the ridiculous last names, but he throws periods around like a candy.
After spending most of 2024 watching our local sports ball teams flounder, then overcompensate by thumping their chest when they beat the worst team in the conference. Or give their manager a contract extension following the worst season in decades. I mean, these things really did happen.
I know. You're going to see a cigar on Saturday if they are to beat Arkansas. Just know that.
There's finally some promising local sports news to report as the Blues open the Jim Montgomery era with a resounding 5-2 win over the Rangers at MSG. Of course, Libby Jack was too busy pleasuring himself to Ja Morant to watch the game, but that won't stop him from crapping on Jim Montgomery's blue-collar characterization of his team's performance. Go schedule some more tweets spoiling Martin's surprise guess, and then watch more Dan Hurley early whining porn and let the adults break down the audio forensics of the high-pitched gentleman who asked Zach Bolduc to take his shirt off.
We already closed that case.
I did.
Dylan Holloway is the answer?
Yep.
You know, you talk about the Lister of the Month race, and you got feisty Lisa, who likes to hold Mozeliak accountable for hiring inexperienced managers. And you got Kyle, who wanted the Cardinals batters to hit from their chest to their belly buttons. Yeah. And you had Steven, the Festus Old, who called multiple times to find out where he could find the parody Cardinals return music. And you got Scott, who called in at 7:05 to get Doug's take on the Chiefs' depth at left tackle.
These are all real things that happen.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then you had the unnamed call screener Kurt, simply described as good one, who wanted to talk butt jokes and hit the upper corner of the uncomfortable / hilarious matrix. Not seen since Jimmy the Bull called in to accuse the Shrewsbury Seminary student of playing little tee-hee boy games. But I think my favorite would be the former major leaguer who got banned from the Cardinals fantasy camp for being naked with a toothbrush in his butt. Thanks, that's from Buck Swope.
Gosh. Good email.
Steve Klein could be the Milagro Tequila.
If he signs up.
Lister of the year. And finally, our leader this month. On Skanksgiving Eve, let's have a moment of silence for the guys who don't know what's about to hit them tomorrow night. Somewhere, there's a horny fella that hasn't been laid in over a year with unrealistic expectations. After wading through a sea cave of cocaine-fueled finance bros living off their dad's credit card at the overcrowded bar Napoli, he'll chat with an old acquaintance who won't stop bragging about holding the all-time record for scoring the most goals in Gallagher 12U soccer games. Later, he'll meet what he thinks is the girl of his dreams, but he'll be too drunk to realize that she's actually a 44-year-old divorcee with 3 kids and an active cold sore. Herpes simplex 2 is the least bit of his worries because he's going to buy a round for the entire bar to impress her, and some wise guy is going to put 100 Han bombs on his tab. By the time he actually makes it to Thanksgiving supper on Thursday, his mom will publicly disgrace him for being a hungover embarrassment in front of the whole family. Don't let this happen to you. Be careful tomorrow. You might regretfully hook up with a burly 50-year-old woman named Rhonda who works at Granite City Steel. You'll be having nightmares about her old lady skin and XL granny panties till the day you die. That's from the JV golf coach. And Doug, that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today.
A couple good ones, but I'm going to vote for a fellow by the name of Buck Swope.
Yeah, the mirror that Buck Swope held up on the month was just too good to pass up. I'm going Buck Swope.
Buck Swope.
Buck Swope is forced a one-game playoff tomorrow. Doug, this is going to be unbelievable.
So exciting. So darn exciting.
Munganast, the sponsor of the 10 o'clock hour. That's Jamie Burkhardt and Peter Munganast and Ryan Seiberg online at stlouisacura.com and altontoyota.com. Plus, they got a number out there for you to call or text. It's 314-252-0029. They want to be accessible, and you better believe, brother, that they are. 314-252-0029. That's for TMA listeners to call or text if you have a request for Munganast, St. Louis Acura, and Munganast Burkhardt, Alton Toyota, online at stlouisacura.com or altontoyota.com. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrari are up next for Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt, Martin Kilcoyne, my brother Kevin, Douglas Elvin Vaughn. I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.